Hello, everyone. How you doing? It is, Friday. It's Friday, around 6 p.m. Central Time, actually kind of more on time this week than, most weeks. Isn't that interesting? How y'all doing? This is yet another Mario Maker stream where I'll play the viewer levels from the folks at home. And, we'll have a good time. We'll talk about stuff. Oh, I just realized I forgot to grab something. 1 second, let me just do that real quick. Just 2 seconds. Alright, there we go. I got my visual aid for later. Don't worry about that. That'll come out in, that'll be something that makes sense when I pull, like, 10 cards or so. That'll also make sense as we go through this stream. Ooh. Okay. A little bit of a run and go grab something right there. Now I'm winded. That's great. How y'all doing? I see Killer, I see 06I, Countess Timpani, Hit Straight Game, and I see some people. And some of them have levels in, and I can't wait to get to them. I don't really have that much up top to talk about. There's nothing real new to this week. As far as, like, Mario Maker business, important stream things. Nah, we're just basically gonna get started. Though, before we get started, let me, do a quick Maker update on the level here. In particular, why don't we just cut to the last segment, which has had a minor change. First off, I was experimenting with this shit, but it didn't really, I don't know if this is really it, so, maybe ignore it until that is, settled upon, until that's good. The important thing here, actually, is that I've been messing with the boss fight. The boss fight at the end, which I will show off now. This is the new version of the boss fight, which, now involves a yellow doodad. What? Why didn't it? Okay, I forgot to... I guess I didn't save an iteration of it. I definitely made that, work before. Okay. Second attempt to show off the slight revisions to this boss fight. Okay. So, yeah, you can hit this, question mark block. You do that enough times, you'll get some POWs to use, at which point, it's a simple matter of just, like, throwing it to kill this guy. Then, since you now have to go back this way, you now have to use those POWs to, again, to, like, kill the guys on the way back, or use your power-up if you still have it. A simple change, and one that makes it a little more reliable, a little more straightforward, and maybe also a little bit more interesting. With this ledge in particular, you can either stand here, or if there's spikes here, you can end up going here. Hopefully that gives people a little wiggle room to deal with the Goombas, who, yeah, that's right, he is being blown so he doesn't go off screen. That is 100% what is happening with this dude. Took me a while to figure out how to keep him, from fucking off. And, it's really not fun if he fucks off, let me tell you, because he will not stay still to have pals thrown at him. My god, it's terrible. It's not good at all. But, happy with the fight so far. I think, that'll be good. I now just need to build out a sequence here. And what I think I need to do is I need to have, like, a tutorial segment that teaches you to like, hit a exclamation block enough times to, do an on-off. And I think once that bit of tutorialization is in place, people will know, what to do when they get here. And I think that that's actually more important than tutorializing POW blocks, which, honestly, I think that maybe the POW block can just appear in this boss battle, and it can just be the first time in the level it is. I'll also note, I've been sort of low-key wondering, like, okay, is the hammer suit gonna be good? And, I realized the other day, like, oh, hang on. You can just literally... Wait a minute. Can you literally? Okay, actually, maybe it's not as simple as I thought it was. Apparently they can bypass that, block situation. Okay, that shows me for, not testing a theory before demonstrating how it would go. It would go as a little something like that. Not better, actually. Okay. Well, whatever. It's fine either way. I don't care. If it was just directly where the guys came out of the pipe, and you could then block it with a box, but this way, this thing, nah, can't be blocked quite so easily. Okay, okay. Well, that's all that I have this week for revisions to the level. The rest of the level is pretty much unchanged, which is to say, it's basically done other than that last sprint, basically. Make the pipe blue so not so fast. This is the final boss of the super world. It's supposed to be a little chaotic. I could consider it, but I do like the chaos that it currently is. I feel like blue pipe versus green, that's like an iteration thing, you know? If there's like major concerns as far as like people actually playing it and going like, this is fucking impossible, then I'll go like, okay, you win. You know, what the fuck. But until then, just let's let it ride and see what happens. Add a challenge to the right. The Bowser is to the right. And also there's spikes a little bit farther to the right, so you can't go super duper to the right. I suppose there could be like a Podobo firing in that room. I could add like a Podobo to that room. Would that be fun? A Podobo in that room? Huh. Food for thought. Food for thought. Forgot my mouse. Anywho, that's Maker Update. That's that. It's coming along, but also I've been pretty busy this week. Haven't really like done too much work on it. Yeah, like a lava bubble. Yeah, I gotcha. I have no deadline for that level. It can finish any time in the next year and I'll be happy, and there's really not that much left to work out. Slow and steady, I think, is my thoughts there. Let's do it! Let's do the viewer levels from the folks at home. Let me explain how this works for those who are new, those who need a reminder of how this works. If you are here when your level comes up, I will give it the full time of day. That is to say, 12 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. If you are not here, I still play the level, but I do so in very nearly but not quite sudden death, wherein I only have 2 tries to beat the level, refreshing at checkpoints, and it'll be done like that. There's also the Express Pass, where Twitch subscribers, those what give me money, can once a stream invoke an Express Pass that gives that shoots them to the top of the line, which tonight, you know, right now it's really not so packed, so you can just wait. So, you know, shoot you to the top of the line and lets you get 3 lives refreshing at checkpoints worth of a level. Which is good. Also, the other sub-incentive, which you can do instead of an Express Pass if you see fit, which is you can do the instant refresh, which anytime there's lives, sudden death, 5 tries left, lightning round, Express Pass, you can do an instant refresh, and that brings me up to 7 lives, and does that animation every time. Yes. I don't do Kaizo blocks at Strike Gaming, but that is a fun idea. That's a funny idea. That's how it all works. Let's punch in this level and get going. I see Countess Timpani is here. Yes, don't use the express pass if you're first in line. That would be a good idea. Timpani, now is a bad time for it. Why don't I do Kaizo blocks? I'm more of a traditional maker. More of a traditional maker. The level is more of a traditional level. I do agree that trolls can be great, just not my kind of level, you know? Let's see this. Saddest? What the hell is this? Hang on. Saddest 500 seconds. Oh boy. This. Okay. So, if we, 500 seconds, huh? If we, like, hesitate for a second. It's a warm-up? It's a warm-up, Countess Timpani says. If we hesitate for a second, are we dead? I wonder. I think that seems possible. Once you made a level with 3 1-ups, JK, it was 2 1-ups, and a spike block. That's funny. I'm not saying that troll levels can't be funny. They are absolutely funny as shit sometimes. I'm just saying that I don't do them. I don't make them. It's not my style. I also don't really make music levels, neither. Not because I don't like them, but because I'm not, musical. And not that I don't think people should experiment with different kinds of levels, just, you know, I have a style. We are probably definitely going too slow, but let's find out the hard way. Yep. You fear that there's a green door? I don't know what a green door is. A green door? You mean like pipe? You mean like a green pipe? That's pipe, that's different. Like a pick-a-pipe? This is hard. Or just a regular door that's green. I guess doors are green too. Since these guys are out of sync, I gotta keep my eyes on the prize, you know, the one that's like right in front of me, and ignore the patterns of all the rest. My God, we've gotten far. My fear would be one of these, eventually the pattern would break, and be a different kind of enemy that I have to go under. And then, you know, this muscle memory will be for naught. Fuck! Ah. Oh, right, a green door that returns us to the start. That green door. I see what you mean. You fear that green door up there. Right. Some sort of troll shenanigans is coming. I wonder if there's like a sort of a rhythm that we can get. Boop, boop. Feel like it's probably a rhythm situation. If the end is pick a door, oh no. Oh no indeed. I feel like we probably need to wait like one thing. One lap, one for each red coin. Oh my God. You're right, there are 3 red coins here. You are correct. Yeah, I think that we need to, like, we need to pick up the pace. We need to, like, always be moving. I wonder, like, if we can always do it on the first bounce. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, something like that. But it all gets screwy once we get to the end of this first passage. Then the rhythm is off. Yep, 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 yep. Hey, look at that! Okay, now everything's fucked. Yep. Fuck! Yeah, we can make through the first screen with some sort of, like, rhythm rule, but after that, nah. No. The way that the enemies spawn in just, makes it screwy. Yep, 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 yep. Fuck! Rhythm is hard even if, even if. Imagine if it is pick a door and 3 red coins. Yep, 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 yep. Ah. Thank you for the level Hit Strike Gaming. I appreciate it. Thank y'all, everyone, for the levels, always. 1, 2, 3, fuck! How about a card? How about a card, y'all? These are things that I have, and I will pull throughout the stream to talk about what's been going on in the world, in my life, whatever. I'll say, I've started rewatching The Simpsons. I say started, technically. I went to Disney Plus and found that I watched the first 7, like, a while ago. Probably like a year or more ago. And I said to myself, like, oh, well, I should just take that opportunity to start at episode 8. That, seems like a good move. Seems like it's, you know, probably heats up as it goes. Gets better and all. I think that is the case. The Simpsons is good. I've been kind of thinking about it randomly, both because I randomly watched some YouTube videos, and also, this Sunday, I got a big, a quote-unquote big stream planned. I'm going to try to beat The Simpsons Hit and Run in one stream on Sunday. I'm really not sure how that's gonna go. How long to beat says 10 hours, so, you know, maybe 7 if you're rushed, apparently. So, it might be around 10, in which case that would be a very long day, but, you know, that's kind of what I'm, bracing for. A very long stream where I play a very good game that I love from my childhood, you know, and, you know, probably something what was at the tail end of, like, good Simpsons for me. For a lot of people, I think it was, I think it was the Simpsons movie that was, like, the last gasp of relevance for the Simpsons. For me, I think it was Simpsons Hit and Run, the GameCube game from 2004. 2004? Round about there. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you're good, Hit Strike Gaming. You can check the queue to make sure. Hey, Chard, what's up? Fuck. I'll say, by the way, let's start the lightning round at 7:30. I don't have that much to talk about tonight. All things told, all things considered. But yeah, Simpsons, I've been watching it, for the last couple of days. Just sort of like, you know, putting it on when I have nothing else on. You know, I had been watching for the first time House MD, and I sort of put the brakes on that so I could watch, The Simpsons and, let that ride instead. I've seen some goddamn good episodes, or, you know, I'll say like I'm in the middle of season 2. I don't think it's quite, you know, it hasn't hit its peak yet. Season 4 is probably like where the characters become like more fleshed out, more human, more like interlinked, more like yes, it is like torture. This level is like torture. You are right, Shard. And you don't know the half of it. It's 500 seconds, and we're probably not even scratching surface here. But, you know, there's still been incredible good-ass moments in the episodes I've seen, like, you know, a vote for Bart is a vote for anarchy, or the car made for Homer. You know, some just classic shit. When you see it, you go like, ah, goddammit, that's such a good moment. And, you know, the rest of the episode is pretty good, too. You know, it's like, well, not every joke is, like, really blowing off... Fuck. Is really, like, hot as shit, but it's cool, it's fun, it's a good watch. And certainly it's, every episode has its, like, killer moments. You know, it's big, thing that people remember. I think the thing that's most interesting is just, to me anyway, right now, is just looking at this and going like, man, there's some things here that, like, aged, you know? Not in, like, a weird way, but in, like, a, well, in some cases, like, a weird way, but just, like, it's funny when Bart sends, like, cuts out a thing out of a magazine and has to wait 6 months for it to get delivered. You know, that's, you know, nowadays we live in an age of 2-day shipping. Like, goddamn. Like, yeah, in the 80s, 90s, you had to wait, like, half a year to get anything in the mail. It was a different era. What else? I think it's kind of funny that they go to church every day. Every Sunday, even though they're kind of like don't give a fuck type Christians. You know, I said that in a Discord. Someone else said like, yeah, it's kind of crazy that like they go to the same church as a Bible thumper in Ned Flanders. You know, in real life, those two would go to different churches that were like more serious about like you know, being bigoted versus like being just chill and whatever. You know, he'd go to like the Westboro church or whatever. Do people move to Westboro to be in the Westboro church? Like, how does it work with those really radical churches? Do people move to like be in them? I really don't know. And also, like, fuck those weirdos in those particular churches that do like a very regressive type shit. So, you know, whatever. Not in general. Not saying in general. I'm just saying, you know. Oh, look at that. The timer ran out. That went by so fast. How is that 12 minutes? I don't know. I think the thing that's, like, most interesting to me... I mean, I'll say, like, there's some stuff, like, as far as, like, racist characterizations, the voice of Apu, things like that that don't hold up in, like, a kind of way, you know? Like, well, it was very funny at the time, but, you know, you're watching these episodes and Apu has some funny lines, and you just gotta say to yourself, like, do not say what Apu just said. Do not say that line, Haycorn. That's not okay anymore. He's a nice character though. I like him. Like accents aside, I know many Indian people. You know, I'm a software engineer. That's kind of the field for a lot of my coworkers are from India. You know what I mean? And that's always been the case since I started working in the field. Fuck. Hey corn. End timer. 5 tries. Let's go. Fuck. Already we're 1 down. Four tries. Let's do it. 3 tries. Let's do it. Thank you. I appreciate the compliments on, any try. But those first 3, I think, were particularly like, yes, that's right, 3rd try was the charm. That's, typically the case. Wow, there we go. We got past 1 mole. 2 moles. Fuck! Well, can't get past them all. It's a struggle out there. Moles are. That's all of them. Thank you for a level, Countess Timpani. We got past it! Yay! That indeed was hell. You're absolutely right. When you call this sadist eternal assembly. My god. That is, Want to trade all likes? All likes? Says Cubercats in your comments. That's not something that's smiled upon. That sort of thing has to be informal if you do it. You know, has to be more of a like implicit thing. Ah! Anywho, I'm gonna hit dismiss and let's get the next one up by Killer. Killer has just done Cookie in the chat. Woohoo! Cookie in the chat. I think that you do have to go pretty quick, yeah. But like the rhythm does like get mixed up after the first screen's worth of moles, at which point like just it doesn't work anymore. You have to change your pace. It's maddening. The thing I think that's interesting, really interesting about early Simpsons is that, like, the characters don't really know each other yet. They don't really know each other yet in early Simpsons, right? Like, you know, there's a scene at Homer at the Quickie Mart, right? And he's like, hello, cashier man. And Apu is like, and I'm not gonna do the accent, he says in his trademark offensive accent, he says like, hello, customer, how are you doing? You know, he doesn't know Homer's name at this point in the show. You know, a lot of characters don't know Homer's name at this point in the show. And it's kind of funny that, like, as it goes on... Yeah, we need to get we need to chance your timing for that one, yes. As the show goes on, more and more, like, Homer is inescapable, you know? More and more, everyone just knows Homer's name. That's just a fact of life. Homer is the main character. I mean, honestly, kind of funny. He wasn't really at first. Maybe more Bart was, specifically. But more and more over time, that changed because people love Homer Simpson. It's kind of weird, in some of the first episodes, they said, like, Marge was, like, 34, which, in, like, one of the earlier episodes. Eventually, it gets, like, you know, they don't really age per se, but they do eventually, like, scale up the ages to be like, no, Homer's, like, 40, come on. He's not mid-30s, come on. That's, way too young for the man. But... you know, it is wacky to think, like, Marge Simpson, my age? That's weird. Homer Simpson, also my age? That's also weird. I like to think of The Simpsons as something that existed in the 90s and such, and, like, around that time, and, you know, I would like to think that even modern Simpsons should take place in, the 1990s, even if it doesn't. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't. They have, like, phones and internet now. Express Pass? Alright, after the next one, I'm gonna bring you up to the top, Timpani. Thanks for the Express Pass. Remind us when your level comes up. You are right. Well, I forgot the timer. Good looking out. But also, we're gonna do this in one, so we won't need it. It is wild that across the course of Simpsons history, the, you know, it has been said that, like, yeah, you know, when The Simpsons started, yes, fuck! This is a fun level, and now we have to start it over from the top. Unless we gotta check... no, we didn't. This is 2-minute world record. 2 minutes, folks. 2 minutes. We just gotta get through 2 minutes here. Okay? Okay. It's funny that when it started, you know, Marge and Homer, they were boomers, right? They were born in the 70s. They saw Star Wars episode, what was it, 5 in the theaters? You know, Empire Strikes Back, famously. There's like a whole scene of that in one of the few, like, flashback jokes that exist. Was that a flashback joke or a flashback episode? You know what I'm gonna say? I think that was probably a flashback episode. Simpsons doesn't really do that Family Guy style of, like, cutaway humor so much. And now, you know, they flash back to the 90s and whatever, and, like, Homer Simpson as a teenager in, like, the 90s. And it's just like, that ain't right. That just ain't right. I don't know, man. 90s or aughts and stuff. I guess teenager Homer would be, like, in the aughts now. Shit. That just ain't right. That just don't sit with me. You know, the idea of that Star Wars movie date shifting from episode 5 to episode 2, that's just yikes, you know? That was a weird way to say yikes. I won't do that again. Hello, Barnstormer. I'm talking about The Simpsons. Famous show that we all love. Anyway, enjoying going through it, though, you know, like I said, it hasn't really gotten to its peak yet, but I'm sure it will. I'm sure it's, getting there. You know, getting there over time. It's a quality show, and, you know, if you haven't seen The Simpsons, why not watch it? It's easy watching. Takes a few seasons to get hot. I've seen people say, like, 1 through 3 is not it. By 2, it's like, okay. You know, it's past the early day jitters. But 4 is where I hear it peaks, and then by around 10, it starts falling off after 10. If I'm looking at the lineup, it looks like there are good episodes in, like, 11 and 12, and I think, you know, at the time, I was into Simpsons as a kid, you know. I definitely watched a good amount of Simpsons. Express Pass from Countess Timpani. Let's go. Let's see, we got this level. You know, I watched a lot of it, and, you know, I was probably until I was, like, 12 or so, which would be, you know, around the turning of the millennium. So I was probably watching still around, like, 11 and 12. And then around that point, you know, I guess Family Guy took over? And then eventually Family Guy sort of wore out its welcome. At least for me, anyway. It didn't really go the distance like The Simpsons did. Futurama was the best. And until it got canceled, it was unimpeachable. And I'll say, like, personally, I love Simpsons with, like, a deep, respect. You know, a deep love for so many classic bits. Futurama, though, that's my jam more so even than The Simpsons. They really should have made a Futurama type hit and run type game, like at the same level of quality as Hit and Run. That would have been phenomenal. You used to like shows like that, but the lack of characters / progressions bothers you. That's why Futurama wins. Yeah, I suppose that's true. In Futurama, they age. I think you're right. I think that it's better if the characters get older and stuff. Has Farnsworth kids and have the kids grown? Have the kids like become adults yet in Futurama? I don't know how that works. Are they still like 10? Are they like teenagers now? They were like 10ish like 20 years ago. So I mean, I know the series. When I say 20 years ago, what I actually mean is 1980 years hence. But, you know, have they aged? Will they have aged by the year of 30, 25. Oh man, talking about the future is weird. Weird time sense there. Let's see what this is. You need to bonk the color switch 20 times in rhythm. Okay. Yeah, there's like character growth and stuff. What's the express pass? It's for Twitch subs. It's a line skip, but only 3 lives worth. 1. I see what we're doing. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh boy. How long is this fucking corridor? I see. Twitch can pay for that stuff, but the YouTube isn't. Yes, big enough. Yeah, I need, like, more subscribers and more watch hours, like, public-wise, to qualify. I believe last time I checked, like, the live streams do have enough watch hours, but I always unlist them, so they don't actually count while they're unlisted. I should at some point, like, once I have enough subscribers on the YouTube, I should just unprivate all those stuff until I make the cuts. How would that work? Would I have to keep those unprivated whilst having those, that, like, monetization option? How does that work? Can you just re-privatize that stuff? You know, on account of, like, yeah, no, I just like to have the VODs available, the live streams, you know. You can probably unprivate once. Okay. Okay. Hey, Isaiah. What's up? Yeah, this is a new hell. Lots of new hells tonight. I'll say, when the timer runs out, it'll count for as many lives as 100 seconds. So, so we can, like, go until, you know, whatever. And that would count for all of our tries. Maybe we should go to 300 seconds, considering that this is the Express Pass, and it shouldn't be as much as a regular lightning round or whatever. That sounds like a great idea. Okay, we see 200. That's, that'll do it. In fact, whoops, this one. Let's just consider that, 1 life already. Would you call that fair? How much is 200 seconds, really? Maybe this is a ruling we shouldn't just make in the moment. But, look. Behold. Look upon the screen. You see what I see. Simpsons is damn good. I'll say again, Simpsons Hit and Run on Sunday. Look for it. I'm gonna try to beat it in 1. I think I can. 10-hour, how long to beat is the estimate. We'll see if we can, manage that. Tell you what, I'll go to 100 seconds. We'll be a little bit generous since this is, this was money. This was money. Money changed hands. We gotta respect that. What else is there to say about The Simpsons? What are y'all's favorite Simpsons thing? Episode, whatever. I think the thing that comes to mind for me is that, like, the escape... What is it called? Stop the Planet of the Apes, I Want to Get Off. That musical by Troy McClure. That's, is just incredibly funny to me. And I also love just how much The Simpsons, like, genuinely enjoy it. Genuinely enjoy that musical because, yeah, it's fucking great. They're right. Dr. Zaius, that whole chestnut, that whole number. You do appreciate the efforts in preventing the abuse of sending long levels where you can die in Express Pass? Yeah. We can also maybe just implement a new rule, whereas like a level like this can just immediately get a 5-minute timer regardless. Anything with Mo is great. You know, I don't think there's been a kick-ass Mo episode yet. Where I'm at. Mo has just kind of been a side character so far. I'll say, you know, I said earlier that it's weird at this point in the show, Homer is inescapable. Everyone, you know, but like, eventually Homer is inescapable, right? Eventually everyone knows Homer. I think it is very funny, there is one exception to that. Mr. Burns just should never know Homer's name. He should always say, like, who is that? It's Homer Simpson, sir. You know, it should always be that between him and Smithers, who, you know, is a perfect kiss ass. I like all the bits where where Smithers says something like, you know, where like Mr. Burns says something like, someone up there must like me, and Smithers says like, someone down here likes you as well. He's just a fucking, he's such a fucking kiss ass. It's good. I'm picturing that GIF where Smithers is you know, there's the buxom ladies in front of him and he's like, ah. I'm picturing that and smiling. Homer Simpson, sir, that actually had a scene in Family Guy. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I think there was a I heard about that crossover a few years ago. I watched some YouTube videos about the Simpsons, you know, and like modern Simpsons. I mean, I'll say I don't know, like, why shows have to go on forever. I feel like, you know, maybe there is some grace in going out while you're on top. And most of the shows I know of, I kind of think and go like, oh, well, you know, we spent, like, years and years begging them to come back, like Arrested Developments and, like, Futurama. And then when they did, it's like, okay, well, this is alright, this is fine, but it's like, you know what? It's not how it was. It's not the same, you know? It can never be the same. Oh, hey, there's a 100-second point. Let's call it there. Let's say 100 seconds for Express Pass in the event of a thing. All show must end at a certain point. Well, I don't know when The Simpsons will end. Eventually, the actors will just not be able to do the voices. In fact, that's what I hear about, like, the current Simpsons. Like, you hear the voice of Marge now, and it's like, oh my god. She cannot do Marge voice anymore. Marge voice is just, Can I do a better Marge voice than the lady? Homer. No, that's not it. Oh. Homie. Can I dial it in? Oh. There's like a lot of fry there. You gotta do a lot of vocal fry. No, that's like, I don't know what that is. I can't do voices. But neither can the voice actress of Marge these days, it seems. Apparently. Very sad, very sad. My day's going alright. That's the Simpsons talk. Let me hit dismiss and bring up the next level. Fan-fucking-tastic. 06I. 06I is up. Oh, let me make sure that I'm in my cursor is in the YouTube chat so I can do the chat messages on the YouTube side. Doesn't make a difference that time, since it wasn't same thing at all. You know, whatever. Let me take a drink of my water. Favorite characters in The Simpsons? Nick is always funny. Nick's bit is always funny. Hi, everyone. That whole chestnut. Can't go wrong with Dr. Nick. Lionel Hutchell is funny. Troy McClure. I think Troy McClure might be my favorite character. And I don't think he's appeared yet. Dr. Fink is pretty good. Obviously, the core cast is great. What would you do if a famous YouTuber gets caught oiling a wolf? What? Before GT6? What? I don't know what that means. Jeez, I feel like there's definitely a character there. You know what I'll say, when we do the Simpsons hit and run stream on Sunday, when we're playing, I'll definitely be trying to think like, oh yeah, that's one of my favorite characters. That's one of my favorite characters. I think we will find that I have a lot of favorite characters, perhaps. Let's do another card. I finished Better Call Saul. Talked about this on Tuesday, but got through the last 4 episodes over last weekend. Quite enjoyed them, actually. I was kind of bored during a lot of the flash forward sections for most of the show, but like, he got, you know, the last 4 episodes, the future started to look more like the past as far as like, you know, is it a spoiler to say this? Maybe a little bit. But, you know, it got a little bit like, more like Better Call Saul. And that last episode, I really liked a lot. I really liked seeing all the, like, loose ends tied together. You know, I really liked seeing, like, some, one last burst of legal shenanigans. If you know what I mean, without going into detail. I feel like just saying the basics here. Is it okay to just talk about Better Call Saul now? It's been like 5 years, right? It's been like a couple years since it's finished, and I'm only just finishing it now myself, you know? We already finished this one, actually. 06i, should we do a different one? I don't see 06i right now in chat, so I'm gonna say that's maybe. I'm gonna say that's a yes, and also 06i, please confirm. Anytime is good. Woof Diddley. You're talking about a P. Diddy, but for a woof? What? I really don't know what you mean. Is there a YouTuber called Woof? This Jam Draggy, your words don't make sense, and you know, it is what it is. What am I to do? What am I to make of that? Superworld? Superworld. Let's check out the Superworld. Yes, sure, good. I guess I don't have that much to say other than like, yeah, no, it was a great finale. It tied everything up pretty well. I did think that the flashbacks to like mid Breaking Bad times were a little bit self-indulgent, but I guess you had to set up like what happened in Breaking Bad so that people would understand like the ultimate moral decisions being made, you know, the setup if they didn't see Breaking Bad originally. I guess that's why they did that. Still, I feel like, I don't know, maybe there'd be better ways to like, do that, and, you know, I definitely felt like it was more of a marketing stunt than, like, a genuine good idea, you know. This level seems nice. Not hell at all. In fact, I'm gonna bet we can just walk forward, and we'll get to the end. In fact, let's not walk, let's run. I don't know if that's true, Jam Draggy. But what do I know? Okay, there's a dead end here. Let's see if we can find our way. A mixture of nice and torture. That is how it tends to go. Yes. Yes. The torture, you know, Homer might be inescapable, but the torture is escapable. We have rules to prevent torture from going on like a whole stream. You know, we have the lightning round, and we have the timer, and we have sudden death. But we do have to spend some time there, you know. I say we have to. If y'all wish it, we will. That's, we don't have to do anything but what the viewers wish. This is all on y'all. This is all on y'all. Perhaps it is the viewers who are inescapable here. If anyone is, inescapable. Oh, this is like we have to find several mini-bosses and fight them. Okay. Perhaps it is the viewers who are inescapable. The inescapable ones. This is the boss that we already fought. It's like multiple entrances here. I don't know. I can't speak to, how escapable y'all are. I'll say, by the way, with a repeating checkpoint, for a refreshed account while passing a repeating checkpoint, I have to have made progress, have a extra, you know, a red coin that I didn't have before, specifically, is what I would need in a level like this one. Pretty sure that bestiality is always everywhere against the law. That's a fun fact, inspired by things chat is saying. Don't, you know, people on the Twitch side maybe be wondering right now, like, what? No, someone really said that. And I had the same reaction. Jam Draggy looked it up? Well, I don't believe you. I'm skeptical of that fun fact. Just because something's not against the law doesn't mean that people wouldn't be upset. And, you know, wouldn't have a thing to say. Hey, Rock Party, thank you for the sub. I appreciate the hell out of it. I appreciate the hell out of it every month. Thank you for the level. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Look forward to seeing that one. And by the way, let's keep in mind 7:30. 7:30, end of lightning round. You know what I think? I think that the other one is gonna be in the, subworld here. And I actually think we need to go left. I'm betting we need to go left, and that we haven't before. But I'm not sure, so let's just go. This all looks new. This looks new. Look at that, I narrowly avoided that guy. This is gonna be a boss. How come there's multiple key doors that could all lead to... Okay, that's the end of the level, so I'm betting that's the end of the level. Imagine if this was pick a key door, and just like we get the keys, and then you know, we get all the coins, we get all the keys, and we cash it in, and we find like, oh, we can't dead end. That would be like the meanest thing we've ever seen. What the fuck? Oh! This is a boss fight. I didn't realize I was in a boss fight. Okay. I thought it was just another, like, just another key door for no reason. Okay. Right, so where the fuck would the last one be? Any last thoughts about Better Call Saul? No, I feel like I about covered it in just talking about the last 4 episodes and also the last couple weeks. You know, I sort of had thoughts and takes on them, on the show. I think that the best parts is all the chicanery, things of that nature, and I do think it can be a little bit not as good when it focuses more on just like, hey, here's Mike Irwin Trout out in the desert being a cool dude. it's like fine, and you know, he's a cool dude to see do cool dude stuff, but kind of like a little bit more restraint on him, you know? I feel like he should probably have as much as Huel. I like to see Huel, but I don't need to know, like, what is Huel's everything, you know? The last card was Better Call Saul, finishing that, talking about that. Where's the fucking key door? I need to find the key door. Where's the key door? Oh boy. Oh, it's right there. It's not, and we're done. Thank you, 06I. Good shit. Appreciate it. Hell yeah. Let me hit complete and, get up the next level. Beautiful. 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 Hit Strike Gaming. Go ahead and confirm. Let me put next into chat so that Hit Strike Gaming can see. Hit Strike has Hit Strike chatted in a minute. I think Hit Strike was on the YouTube side. Yes. Hit Strike, say anything. You know what to. Pretty self-explanatory, I think. Yes, 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 yes. Better Call Saul isn't as good as Breaking Bad, but I really enjoyed going through it, and I'm glad I did. There is a richness to that world, and though I think some of the details they came up with, and you know, were a little bit silly, a little bit self-indulgent. You could have just not had Gus in the picture. You know, he could have just been like minding his own business, keeping the low profile he was supposed to be keeping during this whole period. But whatever, whatever. Hard. Bought some earplugs, but with active noise canceling. That's right. That's right. Let me show you these things I just got. I'm gonna make myself big so I can show it off. I just got these fancy earplugs, which I'm not sure you can read the thing off there. It's like all... I can kind of do... You can kind of read it if I put a shadow on it by like blocking the ring light. It's quiet on earphones. They're like real damn small. They're just for earplug purposes. They don't have any sort of music playback feature, but they do active noise cancellation, and they're really small, such that they can fit in an ear. And I just got them yesterday, tried them off out to sleep last night. I think they're pretty nifty. I'll put them in and show you what they look like. They look like this. After 15 seconds, they kick in, and then it's like, yeah, you can barely hear stuff. It is hugely, the volume is hugely knocked down. I think I like that. Do push them in. Do push them in and, like, get them a nice, firm, deal. I do feel like when I have them on, I can hear, like, my heartbeats and, like, the movements of my jaw and, like, ear... There's, like, some weird hollow noises coming from being, like, all plugged up. I get you, Jam Draggy. I understand. I understand you're just saying. You're just... Anyway, they fit in like this. They're pretty snug. I like them so far. Pretty impressed. And, I got some decent night's sleep. Honestly, I got to sleep too late last night, but it's good. It's also nice, like, the ends here. It came with some, like, foam tip dealies, but, I've honestly never been a fan of foam type dealies, so I tried replacing those with just, like, some, like, plugs that I have from the ends of my, the ends of my, I'll Turn my head again. The ends of my, like, loop earplug things, you know, just like regular earplug ends slash speaker ends. And, they work just as well. In fact, they might work better with, these ones that suit me better. And, considering that, I decided to just go a little bit ham, and I ordered like half a dozen different other types of earplugs just to try them out, you know, or ear tips, earbud tips, to just see like, okay, which one has the tightest seal, which one seals me up the best, and which one just makes it so I can hear damn near nothing. You know, I feel pretty happy with these so far. You know, I feel like these are pretty straightforward. They're not going to, like, suddenly get a looser fit. My current earplugs before, like, they're pretty good, and they, like, get a firm grip, a firm block, like, most of the time. Though sometimes it's screwy. Sometimes I have to go, like, I screw around with it, you know? Push it in, twist it around, go like, okay, how about if it was, like, halfway around? Will that block out all the sounds ever that anything makes? Whatever, regardless, I'm pretty happy with these so far. Quiet on. They are a bit pricey and I had to back order them, but I think they are worth it. Cool things, earplugs, I like them. I wear earplugs to sleep every night, and kind of don't think there's a perfect solution out there yet, but this might be the best solution I've seen so far. You know, as far as like, yeah, you know, you put them in the ears, you can sleep on your side. It doesn't like, you know, they're not really large. They're not, you know, hard to sleep on, in other words. And the active noise cancellation is just what you need. And that's it. And, you know, they don't take that much power other than, like, you know, you have to charge them, like, once a week, apparently. I need to figure out how I can charge them at my desk. At my, like, end table. You're thinking about this too much? Once you get to a certain age, man, it's just like, yeah, no, this is what you gotta think about. What earplugs would be good to go with my nice bed? Sleep is very important. It's very important to obsess over sleep and get the best possible sleep. You know, considering that, you're really dead in the water without it, you know? I'm gonna see how this works out. I think these things are good so far. I think they're probably the best earplug product I've tried so far, and you know, they're just basically a headphones that just does sound canceling, nothing more. So they shouldn't like degrade or break over time. I'm thinking these will be good for the long run. I don't see Hit Strike Gaming. And I've given plenty of time to say something, so let's go. Why are there two pipes? Oh, I thought it would be like pick a pipe style. What the fuck is going on here? Okay, I understand. If I jump, the on-offs happen. So you gotta be quick. I'm not I don't believe in, any god. I'm, non-believer. That's one of the things I feel like is odd rewatching The Simpsons and going back to that period, you know? Back in, like, the 80s and 90s, people who didn't really believe in, the Lord or anything would still go to church, you know? Even, like, your agnostic sorts. Nowadays, like, that would be considered very silly, you know? Like, okay, well, if you're just agnostic, you know, you'll just be quietly agnostic and, not go to church every Sunday. That's just a very dated notion, I think. And then your kids will be quietly atheist, and you'll think about that for a second and go like, is that a problem? And then realize like, oh no, it's fine. Maybe we all just don't give a shit. At least that's my experience, you know, growing up. And, you know, that's sort of been how it's been since, like 10, 20 years ago, you know. Even, like, in the middle of the Simpsons run, that sort of thing was, like, how it was. Wow, that, change shop really got me there. Alas. Hit strike. Let me give you a second more to thing. I hope you get better, Jam Draggy. My understanding is that's how it was in the 80s. People just went to church, even if they didn't really feel like it. Even if they didn't really give a shit. And nowadays, it's a lot more just, you know, not as strict. Not as normal. You know, if you were just going to go to church to, like, listen to a podcast or listen to the radio, and I'll say that scene is great with the Reverend lip syncing to the football radio that's in Homer's headphones. That is very funny. But also, you would just stay home if you were not that serious about God and stuff. You would just stay the fuck home. That's how it works these days. Thank you for level. My man. Thank you for level. Hit Strike Gaming. Let me pull up the next one. It's Corn. Corn. My friend Corn. My viewer Corn. It's the viewer Corn that we know. Don't know how familiar I should get with y'all. We're cool. We're buds. We know. The parasocial relationship is a hard thing to define, but you know, Corn, my dude, whatever relation we have, you are up. Let me put this in chat so Corn can see. You know what to say, Corn. You know what to do. You are quite familiar with this process. Meanwhile, another card. I've also been using a heaty thingy some. Yes. I actually got this a while ago, but I got this heaty thingy that, like, blows hot air on me. You have to plug it in, so I had to, I lost the plug, the cord for it a while ago, and only just found it, plugged it in, and now I can, you know, while I have the apartment really, really cold, or if, like, the cold weather is making it really, really cold, I can just blow hot air on my face, which is kind of nice, actually. I'm surprised. Like, ooh, it kind of, is like a cozy thing, but also it makes it so that you know, it, fuck, keeps me awake a little bit, the heat, I guess. And also, it just feels nice, I guess, to have warm air be blown on you from a close range. When it's cold, it turns out. That plus a blanket kind of kicks ass. That's just a small thing, though. It's not really important. I've been, like, doing it for the last couple weeks. I've been kind of thinking, like, should I mention it? I don't have to. Good night, Jam Draggy. Anyway, Corn. You know you are up. Well, maybe you don't know. Maybe that's the problem. You should. It's in chat. You can see if you're there. Well, I know that the chat keeps moving on the YouTube end. It's already off screen, at least on my screen, but it was definitely there. And I talked about the thing I was going to talk about, which, you know, really wasn't much. I will say it's a little bit noisy. It's a little bit, has a little bit of a rattle to it. Like, let me plug it in and turn it on. Actually, it doesn't look like it's necessarily picking up on the couch mic. I would have to maybe put it real close to the mic. Even then, it's only... the couch mic thing is only going up when I speak. I guess I am very loud. Maybe it's just, you You know, I put a lot of effort into blocking out sound, but I guess the thing to always consider is that, like, yeah, at any given time, me or the TV is louder than anything that I could possibly have on me. But, that is kind of nice. Kind of feels nice. Ooh. I guess conceptually it's not that different from a hairdryer, except not for hair. It's a little bit smaller. I'll say this form factor could be a little bit more convenient. Design-wise, it's kind of hard sometimes to aim at my face. You know, it's got this stand thing that you can see, but that doesn't always, like, get it at just the right angle. What if I do like this? That kind of works. Whatever. Let's do it. Let's do this level. We have not that much time. Any other commands? There are a couple. Mostly, they're just informational messages, you know? Jard. They're just like, hey, here's the Discord, here's... If you're on the Twitch, here's the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, here's the Twitch. Stuff that makes sense, you know? Oh, I see what we gotta do. Interesting that our spring gets destroyed. There we go. Nice and quick. Thank you, Corn. Thank you, Corn. Randomly thinking about the chicken lawyer from Futurama. I'm sorry, because he said once, I'm sorry, I thought you was Corn. That's a good line. I love... That's... The chicken lawyer, that's one of my favorite characters, I think. I mean, if we're including Futurama, if we're just talking Matt Groening characters, like, yeah, I think my favorite characters, they gotta be the Futurama ones. On average, on the whole. You know, but still, lots of quality Simpsons characters. Tons of them, in fact. Chart is up, chart is here. Good, good, good. What time is it? It's 7:19. Lightning round is soon. At 7:30. Very good. Very good. Do another card. Did you see that U-block for Chrome is going away soonish? That's right. This is a whole thing. I realized this. Did I put in the code or did I just hit quit? Let me check. I don't think I put in the code, did I? Yeah, this is still Corns. Here we go. Here's the code entry. I saw this earlier this week. I mentioned last week I just got my, I mentioned on Tuesday I got my laptop back from repairs over the weekend. So I've been, like, setting it up, and, after a few days, I relaunched Chrome, and it said, like, hey, this ad block application extension isn't supported anymore. You can't have it anymore, and, that's a whole thing. That said, I'll say, let me give you a pro tip, anyone out there who needs it. Right now, for the time being, you can go to the thing. When it says, like, hey, it's not supported, we recommend you get rid of it. You just click that thing, and then you say, keep for now. And then, once you do that, it'll appear in that other list of extensions, and you toggle that business, and it'll turn back on, and it'll still work. To block all the ads that it did, before they disabled it on you. But I'll say that only works until like June or July, apparently. Like, that's gonna come to an end in a couple months here, at which point I guess we all have to figure out what other browsers are out there other than Chrome. Is it Firefox? Are we switching to Firefox? Where are y'all switching to when ad blocking is no longer an option? Well, what browser is cool? Well, please tell me, what browser is cool? I legitimately want to know what browser we're all going to. I kind of... The last couple times I've looked at Firefox, it has just been like a... You know, sort of like a generally unappealing notion. You know, like looking at a piece of steak that's on the ground, you know. Just like, I can't get it up for that. You know, like I gotta find something like that appeals to me. You use Firefox? Well, I guess not everyone has that problem. I guess. I don't know. Something about the UX, something about the Chrome, as as it's called, Firefox just doesn't quite speak to me much. It's the best. Maybe I need to look into like customizing it, if it's like an aesthetic problem, you know. Is it still like really highly customizable? Is it even more customizable than Chrome? You hate Chrome? Well, I feel like we're all going to be in that boat as soon as ad blockers are disabled across the board. But Safari is okay. I use a PC, so I guess the thing right now with like browsers and stuff, right? I'm a little bit concerned about the phone, about the portable browser, because I use the it's faster and more customizable. Really, I use the Chrome on my phone, right? And as such, I have like the bookmarks and everything synced up, right? You use Escoia, but you don't know about their ad blocking capabilities? Gotcha. Never heard of that one. Maybe Firefox is just gonna come back from the dead now that Chrome is like, you know, Chrome is like doing a... What is this like? You need to look into ad blocking more? Oh, it's the best. I'll say like videos and stuff like pre-roll ads don't get blocked these days. Like they're usually pretty good about that, but man, I cannot live with banner ads, all that bullshit that we got rid of decades ago. Like, oh man, I'm so glad that all that shit is just a thing of the fucking past. All that bullshit. I well and truly think, oh, I need to do an on-off so that I can drop the guy. And that'll let me proceed. I well and truly just can't think of a world where I have to deal with pop-ups. And like, well, maybe pop-ups are like, you know, even without an ad blocker, Google Chrome got you covered as far as pop-ups go, you know. That's just never coming back, the era of the pop-up. But, you know, I don't like a banner ad. I don't like a thing that takes up like a slice of the screen. You ever see those ones? Like Twitch has them on some channels where they'll like shrink the video and make it so that around the video is like some bullshit. I turned that out for my channel, so y'all should never see that there. You should never see that here, and it'd be weird if you did. I would be very confused if that were to pop up here. I can't stand a lot of those ads, and I think it's really sad that that they're like, you know, getting greedy. I feel like all of a sudden I have a feeling that, oh, you know what would be good? You know what would be really good? Is if Google got broken up, and, you know, as like an anti-monopoly measure, and the Chrome team no longer had anything to do with sales or ads or anything of that nature. I don't know how Chrome would make money without ads if it was just an independent little fiefdom, independent of AdSense and YouTube. But I feel like, you know, it hasn't been tried yet. It might be really good. I passed by the midway? Damn it. Can't believe I did that. That might be a good idea to try. On some level... Oh, I see. Down there. Down there. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I think that ads in general are just like not efficacious. You know, I don't think they are... They don't have a high efficacy, ads in general. They're not doing anything for anyone. I think. At least that's my theory. Anyway. I don't really believe that ads do anything useful, even for the people who pay for them, right? Or like, pay to show them to people, right? I feel like ads just sort of exist. Like, people are shown ads, they go right at, you know, they go in one eye and out the other. Instantly forgotten about. Not really all that effective. And, you know, they just serve to annoy everyone. I don't know how... I feel like ads are just an unsustainable business. And that, like, within the next 10, 20 years, the ad business will entirely collapse. Even if ad blocking is, like, super duper banned and stuff. You know, well, it would have to be, like, banned, and also the browser that do it would have to be banned. And let's face facts here. If like, Congress or whatever started saying, like, we gotta ban ads, we gotta ban ad blockers, I feel like everyone and their mother would be like, fuck you, asshole, no. This is absolutely a fight that you do not win here. People love ad blocking, and they hate you. So, fuck right off with that shit. You know, this is not a hill to die on. I would recommend finding a different hill. You know. Hey, look at that, that's good. Yes. That was cheesable? Yeah, some weird cheese happened here. Firefox has open source pop blockers? Like a pop-up blocker, you mean? Open source pop blocker. This is interesting. This is like a flying challenge that's not based around shooting. Just based around flying through some tough gaps real quick like. In the moment that we have. I love the block ads. I feel like, you know, you would have to have some sort of religious argument for people to get on board with, like, banning ad blockers, right? Some sort of like, oh, the Lord said, do not steal, so we should not be blocking ads. There was a Simpsons episode I watched, you know, where, Homer steals cable, and I just felt like that was the quaintest thing in the world, like, you know what, Homer, you're right, you should steal cable, fuck 'em. That, has very quickly proven over the last 20 years to be something that everyone just, like, you know, basically agreed upon. Like, yeah, cable was a ripoff. It was replaced with streaming services at the first opportunity because it was such a ripoff by, like, an order of magnitude that's truly unbelievable. Like, goddamn. And now cable is basically dead, and it's never coming back. No. And, we were all right. You were right to steal it, and also, you know, it is also correct to do any other sort of, digital theft, you know. That is also correct. Ahead of your time, I guess. I say ahead of the time, it's just the early version of what would come later. It's so funny, the idea that you'd have to get a guy to hook that up for you. You couldn't just do it yourself, like with today's, piracy solutions. I really enjoy the movie Cable Guy, coincidentally. That movie is great. I think that might be my favorite, what's his name? Jim Carrey, movie. That might be my favorite Jim Carrey movie, though I haven't watched most of them. Good shit, Chard. Let's go. I'm hitting complete. Killer. Killer just said GG. Fantastic. Oh, you know what, though? It's 7:30, so we need to, you know, do the next phase of the stream, you know. Good-ass levels. I hate that Netflix prices keep going up. Yeah, I hate that too, and I also hate the whole they stopped everyone from sharing their passwords within their families. That was really annoying. They're just always looking for another couple bucks a month. Unbelievable, really. Unfucking-leavable. And insufferable. Really annoying shit, but what are you gonna do, you know? What are you gonna do? Hey, Tony Cooney. How you doing? Folks! Hello, folks. Let me say. Do you know what time it is? That's right. It is now time for the lightning round. During the lightning round, I will have 5 tries to beat each level that comes my way. 5 tries, refreshing at checkpoints if you're here. And also there are bonus heads. The first level of the night, Killer 4600 has them. Also, any levels that's below 1% clear rate. Also, any super world level. Those are the 3 conditions for bonus heads. There's also still the Express Pass in play for those who are Twitch subs. They can get that, want to stream. Or they can get the Instant Refresh, which at any point will let you refresh my lives up to 7. And you can do that at any point during anyone's level. Even if I'm in sudden death, even if it's, you know, someone else's Express Pass, even if I'm, you know, not even in the lightning round, you know what I mean. You know, ideally do it when I'm out of lives. That would be my suggestion to y'all. But, you know, if any of y'all are Twitch subs, you can do that. Or the Express Pass dealy wants to stream, up to you. That was kind of going to be the time, you know, this whole segment, this whole lightning round part of the stream. And also I'll say I don't have as much stuff to talk about as usual this week, I think. So don't expect this to go super duper long. We'll see. Let me randomize these suckers. You can see here there's a number of heads they could be. Let's put up the blockers. And I'll close my eyes as well. Another quaint thing about, like, that episode of Simpsons where they steal cable. The idea of having to watch porno on the television, like, through a special channel. Like, oh, now it's just available on the internet and anyone can get it, you know? Bart Simpson would not be impressing anyone by showing them porn in like 2000 and today. You know, there wouldn't be a whole crowd of kids at his house going like, "Oh my God, you got the pervy channels? Oh my God!" Like, no, it's like everyone has that, and they have even if they don't have the pervy channels, like if you're like young and stuff, you could probably absolutely get some mileage out of just watching The Sopranos, watching your Game of Thrones, couple other big shows that have, I'm not going to say artistic nudity, that's not what it is, but like aren't, strictly speaking, pornographic, but still, like, if you're, you know, you take what you can get, you know. At least you used to take what you get, you know. When I was a kid, we took what we got. And, you know, I was a kid when Sopranos was on the air, so I was eating pretty good, honestly. Big Love had some nudity as well, yeah. Big Love, when did Big Love start? Big Love was, 2006. I was 16. Yeah. Prime age for, like, you know, taking what you can get, you know? I'll also say I don't have a card for my laptop. It's not really that interesting. I've just been setting it up, taking things slow, and sort of getting things up as I have need for it. It is very nice to be able to use my laptop in my new bed, which is extremely comfy and, you know, reclines and stuff. You know, my relatively new Tempur-Pedic I got a few weeks ago, that is still dope as hell, and I'm still loving the everlasting hell out of it. Let's do it. Super World? Let's do it. Lightning round. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's right, that's right. I wonder what they're gonna do. Off topic. Off topic, I don't have a card for this or nothing, but I wonder what they're gonna do once, the Simpsons license ends at, for Orlando. And they have to get rid of all the Simpsons lands in all the Universal parks. Not Universal. I know what Universal is gonna do, right? They're gonna put in Pokemon. That much I'm pretty sure, 90%, we're all like in lockstep. We all are pretty sure about that, I think. But I wonder what Disney is gonna do. Do you think Disney makes a Springfield area at one of their parks? Which park gets Springfield? Where is there room for Springfield? You know it'd be fucking funny? It'd be fucking funny if they just did that in Epcot and, like, put that next to all the real countries. You know, like, oh, you know, you're in France. Then you go, like, one tick of the wheel around, and, oh, we're in Britain. And then, oh, here's Springfield. Scenic Springfield with its, nuclear power plants. And, what would you do for theming for Springfield? I think that you gotta have a big nuclear power plants. If you were doing it now anyway, I think you would do big nuclear power plants. You gotta have all the locations, all the shops and stuff, right? You gotta have a Quickie Mart. You gotta have a, what's the Krusty... What's the restaurant of, Krusty the Clown? Does Krusty the Clown have a restaurant? Or am I thinking of, am I mixing my... There's the Quickie Mart. I'm trying to think of what they have at, Universal as far as the restaurants go. They have, like, Cletus's Chicken Barn or something. Is there a burger place that is associated? There is, isn't it? I feel like I have a very strong, memory of a hit and run. That's a Krusty-themed burger place being a big deal. What is it called? Can someone give me the name of, Krusty's burger joint? Krusty Burger? Okay, I can see why I was sort of crossing my wires there with Krabby Patties with the Krusty Krab. Like, that is actually pretty close, isn't it? The Krusty Krab, Krusty Burger. Is it really Krusty Burger? There's the Krusty Krab as well. Aren't those both in the same park? Do they have a Krusty Krab at Universal Orlando? I know they have a SpongeBob store. Maybe they don't have a SpongeBob restaurant yet. My understanding is there is going to be a Krusty Krab at Universal Kids in Frisco, Texas, which is, like, by the way, I'll say 30 minutes from where I am. So, like, you know, I'll probably check it out with my infant nephew at some point, and it'll be a whole thing. I'm surprised that they're allowed to be that similar, but, you know, I guess they are both fictional. Can you have a trademark for a fictional burger chain? Like, can anyone say, like, hang on, you can't make a restaurant that shares the same name as my fictional restaurants? I guess, like, half the McDonald's out there would suddenly have to change themselves to being, like, Mendy's or something, if that was suddenly a, rule of thumb for fictionalized versions of restaurants. Huh. If you like all this Simpsons talk, Tune in on the Sunday stream this weekend, where I'll be playing Simpsons Hit and Run and trying to finish it in one. That'll be fun.
Oh no!
It'll be starting at 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Krusty is not crusty? Wait, is the Krusty Krab with a C? Oh! I feel like I always thought... Oh, also we got a checkpoint, so that refreshes our lives, and then we lost one. There we go. Your Joy-Con just got drift? Shard, you're bummed about this, but... the way I see it, this is the time. This is the time for drifting. Right now. Right like 6 months before the Switch 2. Hopefully you have a Pro Controller you can fall back on for like a couple months. And then, you can move on. Hello... Chobura? Fast Super Mario Maker 2. How you doing? I could just call you Fast. That works. This kind of looks 3D. I like the way this this theming looks here. This little fucking faux pillar type thing. Yeah, the Switch 2 is almost here. Your Joy-Con drift problems are about to be a thing of the past. Now you'll have having to buy a new Switch 2 and also new Joy-Cons for the Switch 2 and also a new Pro Controller for the Switch 2. I am definitely gonna buy a new Pro Controller for the Switch 2, by the way, like right away. I'm not gonna like take my time like I did this generation. I'm ready for I know that a Pro Controller is worth it now. I never had a Wii U Pro Controller, though. What else would you do in the Simpsons land in Disney? And also, what park would it be? Thank you, Killer. Fantastic. I'm hitting complete. Complete. Wonderful. I guess thinking of Simpsons Hit and Run is just a good idea. Rock Party says you can use your Xbox Elite 2 on Switch. I didn't know you could do that, but that is an option if you want to mess around with, like, one of your other console controllers. If you have other consoles, you could see if they're compatible for the next 6 months. You know, it's not even gonna be 6 months probably. It's probably gonna be like 4 months, more like 3 months from now. Jeez, in a month's time we'll have the reveal, and then it'll probably be 2 months after that. Probably like 3 months until we all have Switch 2s. Assuming that pre-orders aren't like super slammed. You think Pro Controllers won't be compatible from Switch 1 to Switch 2? I think they'll be compatible. I think there will be a reason why you will want a new one. It'll have buttons, at least one button, that the Switch 1 does not have. And maybe some sort of solution for like mouse stuff. Like a touchpad on there. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess touchpad on the Pro Controller to make up for no mouse controls on the full controller setup. That's my guess. We'll see what happens. It wouldn't surprise me if Nintendo figures out how to use a touchpad better than Sony ever did. Sony's one, I feel like, just never came into play. Their touchpad is just a big fucking nothing. A whole lot of fucking nothing. Yeah, I'm hungry for that as well. Barnstormer. I think there'll be reason to get a new one. I think they will have a compelling reason, and I also think it'll look nice. I will miss the transparent black plastic look of this. I always thought this was kind of nice in like a sort of N64 plastic, transparent N64 style, but you know, I bet they'll come up with something equally classy, and then they can bring back the transparent plastic in like 10 years or something. I mean, they should put out one that's like green and purple and do those original 5 transparent colors again, those original 6 transparent colors again. But, we'll see. You hate the touchpad? I mean, I think they'll have a better version of it. I think they'll have a better version of them. I mean, how could they? Because the Joy-Cons aren't going to have it, so can they really build things around that? I don't know. We'll see what happens. There'll be some way to do the mouse stuff on the the thing. Maybe it'll be a little mouse ball and a little like thing that you like stroke like you know, do like precision like movements. I think more like the stream deck controllers, more like that business where it's sort of like a joystick but a touch stick and useful for like mouse stuff. That's my bet. I bet it'll have one of those somewhere on the device. I actually, looking at a controller, I don't know where you would fit that in other than the center, and which is already like kind of proven to be awkward, but maybe it could be like a touchpad that is also a D-pad, and you know, if you just touch it, you can do like touch stuff, and then you can also use it for D-pad stuff. That seems like a real awkward thing. That sounds awkward. That's probably not going to be it. Going back to Simpsons and Disney. Which of the 4 parks will have Simpsons? You know what? I'm going to say I think the Simpsons would be great for a water park. The Disney has not invested in any of their water parks really since like COVID times, and apparently I saw a video that they're not even open like every day anymore. Apparently they switch back and forth between like one park being open and the other park being open. But they could probably take the one that's more basic and like put in a nuclear power plants and some other Simpsons stuff, and you'd probably have a pretty cool theme park to hang out in and also do some water slide stuff. Can you picture a water slide that runs through a nuclear power plant? I think that'd be very cool. That'd be like my vote for how to do it. But realistically, Epcot. Epcot, to get a Simpsons area next to Britain or Mexico. Not in the main loop around the bay, but like right after that. Right after that. You could retheme the test track area if, you know, the refurbishments were, they already just invested a bunch on refurbishments, huh? Do Finding Nemo. Get rid of the Finding Nemo thing and put in, maybe also the, soaring. Oh, man, you know what'd be good? Soaring over Simpsons? They should do Soaring over Simpsons. Make Soaring a Simpsons ride. That's it. I got it. That whole mall area where they have Soaring, put the Simpsons in there. Make Soaring a Simpsons ride. And also replace Finding Nemo, which I believe is also around there, with a Simpsons ride. That's the ticket. That's my bet. Okay, locking in. That mall, Simpsify it. It'll be a nuclear power plant. It'll be nuclear power plants style. A big nuclear power plant, with the mall and Soarin' inside. And also, Finding Nemo will be Simpsons. That's my bet. Do you think they would get rid of Finding Nemo? Maybe people like Finding Nemo too much. I don't know, man. Clear rate here is above a certain amount, so we get 5 lives. Let's do it. Disney Woohoo Island in Disneyland when? I don't know about Disneyland. I can't speak to that. I think Simpsons would go into the... I don't know that it's really California adventure-y. I would probably put Simpsons into, the regular, into Magic Kingdom. I don't know if it really fits. I can't speak to the California parks. I really don't know them. Yeah, the Joy-Cons will be used like a mouse. That is part of the gimmick. More rides with screens. I wonder if they'll swap rides out more frequently in general. Yeah, that's something that Disney has never done, and Universal has. And, like, if things continue to heat up with, like, Universal versus, Disney, you know, you could definitely see that sort of adaptation, like, over time. What the fuck is the deal here? I don't understand, Barnstormer, what the deal is with this one. I think I did something tremendously wrong there. You know what, if I had to bet, really, the safe bet is probably the part of Epcot that has nothing in it. You know, like the part of Epcot that's kind of just like a lot of nothing. You know, between like the showcase area and the rest of it. But I don't know. They do kind of like their nothing. So maybe they wouldn't necessarily want to get rid of their stuff. I don't know. I guess no one knows. There we go. Epcot was feeling old last time I was there. It has the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, which is honestly, I think, now the best ride in the park. Honestly, I think Guardians is like the best ride at Disney World. So I think Epcot is in better shape than you think. I also think that the what the fuck do you do here? The hell is this shit? Ah, pow, right there. Beautiful. I also think that the Moana walkthrough attraction, that's pretty good. I thought, I went by there, like, last time I was, I went through that when I was there last, like, a year and change ago, and, would definitely do that again. That was interesting. Probably one of the better walkthrough attractions I fucking know about, so, you know, that, means something. I think we need to, like, get a second bomb. We can only throw, like, 2 bombs, right? Or we can only throw 1 bomb, so once we throw it, it's like, that's it. Maybe we can shoot. Throw a bomb in. Shoot. No. Ah. Oh, we can go through the pipe. Okay. Obvious in retrospect. I think Animal Kingdom right now is the one that's, like, the most long in the tooth. But it's also got, like, a bunch of stuff coming. So, you know, we already know, like, okay, Tropical Americas is what's coming to, Animal Kingdom in the near future. It doesn't need, like, and also Simpsons would absolutely not fit in there. It doesn't need that crap. Can I do something there? Oh, yes I can. What is being opened in Texas? Not much. Oh, there's a Universal Kids. I have an image of it actually right here. They're opening a Universal park, but for kids. It's not really that much of a theme park, honestly. It'll have like 2 kiddie coasters. It looks like, you know, sort of similar to the ones they have at Universal that are more for kids. That's, you know, when I'm there, I skip. But you know, it's really close to me, so I'll go see it. I say I'll go see it. I have a nephew who is that age. I will, you know, there we go. That's how you do that. I have a nephew who's gonna be like 2 when it opens. So like I bet we'll probably make a family outing of it, you know? We'll probably like all go. Grandparents, uncles, etc. You know, we're kind of a universal family, so we gotta probably see the local Universal. Even if it doesn't have Velocicoaster, which it won't. I hope that the second kiddie ride... I saw a video going over like, well, look, here's 2 coasters here. One of them is probably just a clone of the Troller Coaster, which is Woody Woodpecker's, used to be called Woody Woodpecker a year ago. A couple years ago. So, You know, nothing new there, nothing big there, but the other one could be anything. It could be like a mock launch coaster, it could be like a family Intamin, or it could just be like another cheapo motherfucker, like the Hippogriff ride, or like, or you know the Barnstorming ride? No offense, Barnstormer, but you know the Barnstorming ride with Goofy? Goofy's Barnstormer or whatever? It could be like that, something like that, which, you know, wouldn't be like, that interesting for adults, you know? You're very familiar with it? I'm sure you get told all the time. No offense, it's just, you know, a ride I didn't go on when I was in Disney. I don't even, not 100% sure what park it's in. It's Magic Kingdom, right? That's Magic Kingdom, right? I mean, I'll say I was there for 2 days last time I was at Disney. I had 2 days to do 4 parks, so had to pick battles, you know? Had to pick battles and didn't even go in the dinosaur area of the thing. Now, how do you do this? It's not like that. Oh, I got it. I know. I'm smart. Look at this. Okay, here's the thing. Here's the gimmick. First, you hit this on-off, and you do it without missing. Not a single time. Then, you go down like this, and you do that also first time, and you hit the thing. And, I was kind of expecting it to die, but, you know, it being sequestered, just as good. Then you hit the on-off, and you do it first try, again. Then you go over, and just stab these pals. And you get a key, and then you go out the door, and we have less than 100 seconds left. Is the ending going to be like, there's like, there's a bunch of doors? How's this gonna work? Is this the ending? Is this the ending? Timeout would be unfortunate. A running out of time situation. You know, timeout. You know what a timeout is? That was just for an extra life. Not the best one for the lightning round. Oh, hey, that's, precious lives. So now we have as much time as we need for doing this. Whoa, this is interesting. How? You got 2 versions of this level set up in 2 different areas, and one area is set up to be like higher tide, right? That's the gimmick? These pipes would not lead to where they should do, though, if that's the trick. They're different pipes, because they're different pipes. Yeah, I've done illusions like that, too, before. It's good. It's a great, great thing to do. 14, 13. 7, 6. Come on. 4 seconds, 4 seconds. Oh no, we're cooked. That was not the end. But also, you know, we got a checkpoint, so that refreshed our tries, so the timeout doesn't matter as much. If only we'd been quicker on the draw and quicker to, like, figure out the pipe situation. I'll say I don't have that many cards tonight, so I've been sort of, like, saving them somewhat, but, we should absolutely be pulling them more. I feel like we've probably gotten enough mileage out of The Simpsons. Can you ever get as much mileage out of The Simpsons than is good? I don't know. Probably could talk about The Simpsons for, like, a whole entire stream. Look forward to that on Sunday. I'll say for that Sunday stream, I'm not sure, like, how much stuff I'm going to, like, have new to talk about. You know, I haven't... It'll have only been, like, 2 days since, It'll have only been, like, 2 days since the last stream, so, like, don't expect me to, like, be able to say, like, 100 new things. I could talk about The Simpsons for, like, 20 plus seasons. Maybe. What? I don't get it. Get this one. Maybe I need to drop a bomb on it. That'll do it. There we go. I dropped a bomb on it, and now it's now it's open, and we're going down. Fantastic. This is a really long part of the level. It's with really good music, by the way. No wonder we couldn't do this in even if we were faster, we could definitely not do this in like what? How long did I want? How many time did I have? 7 seconds? That would not be possible. Just gonna say it. Just gonna admit it. Cool sequence. I liked it. Sick. Good. Another one is delivered to me. How did you prevent... Oh, that guy is probably, like, spawned by a block, or otherwise, Okay, here we need to go through the bottom door. No. Door? Back through the door? Nice. Nice final illusion here. I like this illusion a lot. It's great. I've done the same thing myself a couple times in my my past. It's a cool trick every time. Boss fight. Whippy. Whippy? That's not... No one says whippy. Not a thing people say. Whippy. Whoopee. That's it. Is this survival or is this something else? There's some on-offs down there. We need to do a thing. Go down there. Throw them in. I love your snake block malarkey. The snake block malarkey is a really annoying, like, fly in the ointment that prevents this from being just, like, easy, straightforward. Please tell me we got a checkpoint right before the fight. Oh. Yes. We did? Oh, the way that red coins work make it so that this checkpoint changes from being a go do the second segment checkpoint to being a go do the final boss segments. Because once you collect the red coin key... Weird. It's a weird, So, I guess... This is weird technicality. I guess we did save progress, and I'm gonna count that as a refresh. I've never had to make this sort of distinction before, though, so... You know... I'm a little lost, honestly, about, like, whether that makes sense. I think it's fine, though. I'm gonna err on the side of I like it. And, you know, this sort of checkpoint is, should probably count as a checkpoint. In the same way that, like, the same checkpoint, a repeating checkpoint, but with red coins, counts as a additional checkpoint. This level's beyond your comprehension. It's a thinker, alright. It's a real thinker. Your best attempt for Morpha? Ah, I can see it. What am I doing? Over here. Keep on missing that, bomb hole. There we go, we got a... Bah? Okay, we did the bomb hole, and that's, fortunately, seems to just open the next phase, which is to get a POW. Oh, okay, we go back and forth, and, Spinies get added with each time we, are successful. Spinies I can kill, and probably should. Okay, let's go! There we go, another hit. Now, with rule of 3, assuming this obeys rule of 3, this should be... We should have one more hit after this one. There we go, an instant doodle. And, hey, Podobo. Nice Podobo addition. Little late. Was able to get through before it became a problem. Great level! I loved it! Ah, it's very fun. Yeah. Whew. That was killer, Barnstormer. Killer's level is not next, but Killer was just did a GG, and I appreciate the GG. It's kind of a joke that depends upon being able to see the Twitch chat. Not a good, is it even a joke? I don't know if it even qualifies as a joke. It's just like, oh, I saw Killer, and I thought it'd be funny to describe it. I feel like I've used the adjective Killer without regards to Killer being in chat before a bunch. Whatever, I don't know. Let's just hit complete and move on. How about, should I make a vid on that level alone? Like a short? Maybe. I like that boss. I feel like that boss is like, probably shortable. Let's do another card. Another card here. It's been a minute. Since we did a card. Isaiah Martin, you are up. Let me hit next for Isaiah Martin to confirm. Let me do another card. Did you see the EU to require buttons for top safety rating? That's right. So in cars, you know when you're in a car, right? And they have a big touchscreen instead of like knobs for controls? That shit's not great. That shit is like not safe, and also it can be a distraction. Well, apparently the EU thinks so too, and the EU is going to require buttons if you want to have a top safety rating, which I think is great, and I hope that that, you know, market power of the EU means that everyone stops with that insatiable trend towards touch displays. And also, you know, the obvious thing when you hear that is like, you know, you sort of think of Tesla and how Tesla's gonna hate that. And anything Tesla hates is just a good thing in my books these days. Buttons are good, yeah. Physical buttons for cars is just the ideal way to do it. My car has them, and it's extremely convenient for doing volume stuff, doing skip track, things of that nature. Just what the fuck? Air conditioning. It just doesn't make sense, I think, to do a touchscreen, considering that you cannot see what's on it without looking at it, and that is just entirely unsafe. And I am so glad the EU is doing that, and I hope that you know, I hope that it's the same case here. And I'll say, like, every single like Consumer Reports type thing should always be dinging Tesla and other companies for those damn, like, just replacing all the UX with like a crappy iPad that locks your car if it gets set on fire or some shit. Buttons, 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 buttons. I'll say, I just, side note, I just watched the episode A Car Made for Homer. That car made for Homer is better than any Tesla. I'll say that much. I'll say that much. Is it better than any Tesla? It's better than most Teslas. How about? And it's especially better than one particular Tesla, which sucks and is unpleasant to look at. Let's play this level. I don't see Isaiah, though, so I'm gonna put Isaiah, I'm gonna put you into sudden death until such time as, you're here, I guess. This looks like it might be an easy level. I haven't gotten a new car in a while. My last car was like 2017 or some such. I have like a Toyota Corolla. It's pretty good. Pretty alright, what the fuck. The one thing I think about cars, if I'm saying anything about cars and like my preference therein, it's that I think it's kind of a bummer that so many cars are like just boring colors, right? And also that if you get a less boring colors, you're that's just a ticket magnet, You don't want to stand out in the world of having a car, which is kind of the same. I've always had like a silver car, or like maybe at best a slightly lighter silver, and I wouldn't mind a goofy color like green or red or I like burgundy as a color a lot. Like a dark red, I bet that would be really nice. But your basic colors are cheapest, and also they attract less shit. You got a Ford Ranger. I'll say I don't really know cars that well, honestly, so, I say I have a Toyota Corolla and expect as if that, like, means anything to anyone. It's like, I think last I heard, the most popular car in America, so one of the most popular cars in America. So maybe it's like, something people know. It's just a sedan, just a normal sedan. I'll say its software is not the best. Like, that's the one thing I would say, and I would go like, okay, well, sometimes it loses my iPhone, and I have to unplug and replug it in. And also, it's not always consistent about, like, starting to play my thing once I hit, hey, do the iPhone thing. There's some weird... I wish it just had CarPlay, I guess. I feel like CarPlay would just work better than their custom homebrew crap. But, whatever. You have a Mazda 3. I used to have a Mazda. That was my, my car before the Toyota Corolla. I had a Mazda... Yeah, I believe it was a Mazda 3, yeah. Pretty nice car. The Mazda makes cool cars. My dad, for like, in the double zeros, in the aughts, he had a, whatchamacallit? A 750Z? Very fancy, like, sports car type thing. Now he drives trucks. That's a little bit more utilitarian than, a two-seat sports car. That's probably the sexiest car I know of. That's a 350Z. I don't know there's any, like, denying that. That's just, a beautiful thing. That's Mazda as well, isn't it? I don't know anymore. Or is it Nissan? God, I don't remember. Your dad has a Ford without power windows or a Chevy? Either way. You don't hear that much about Chevy anymore. I guess I say that as someone who doesn't give a shit about cars. Other than it runs and it gets me to work and to other places I want to go. But, like, you don't hear anyone talking about Chevy. I feel like people talk about Chevy Chase more than they talk about Chevy the car company these days. Or recount the song that has the line, drove the Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. That line comes up more than just people owning a Chevy. Modern cars are ugly. 90s was peak design. Yeah, older cars kind of do look more cool on the whole. Like a Ford Charger, that's also a cool car. I think I rented one of those, like, when my car was damaged once it was in for repairs, and that was just a sexy thing, you know? That was just a sexy thing. I say I rented, you know, insurance rented for me. It was covered. I don't see Isaiah. It's been long enough since I asked for Isaiah to confirm. Let me just take a drink of water, and then we'll dismiss. I say unexpected card talk as if I didn't put a card about cards in the lineup, but kind of didn't expect to talk about cars other than like the modern style that has buttons where it shouldn't do. Countess Timpani. Oops, I meant to put in. I meant to do a miss before. Countess Timpani is here, so perfect. I'll say, I don't have an electric car. My car predates the sort of electrification of cars. I'm not sure, like, how prevalent that is. Or, like, you know, if hybrid is the thing these days anymore, if it's, like, just go all the way. I think a lot of companies now have, like, better electric cars than Tesla, you know? They sort of had, like, early bird advantage. But now they have, like, the, oh, but also we cut corners disadvantage. And, you know, that's just a hell of a thing for a brand to, like, get associated with it, you know? My coworker was saying the other day, a coworker was like, oh, my car made some noises because it was so cold. And then it turned out, like, she had a Tesla. And I was like, oh, you know, I understand you got it years ago before politics happened. But, like, you know, it is kind of, you gotta admit, a piece of shit. And she's like, no. And I was like, okay, well, fair enough. What the fuck, I can't argue with the experience results. And I walked away and I thought, like, wait, didn't this conversation start with my car sounded like it didn't want to start this morning? That doesn't happen usually with cars. That's very unusual for a car to do, unless it is very, very old. A lot of miles, you know? Clear rate. What was the clear rate there? Gotta look at the clear rate before we actually begin. That is above 1%. Okay, above 1%. 5 tries is what we get. Let's do it. Triple jump training. Okay, this is not a complicated thing. What is this? What is this? What is this bit? I understand the triple jump, that's easy enough. And it's also pretty, forgiving, actually. Okay, that's just really good spin. Really good spin. Spin with good timing. Okay, I'm fucked. We can still go as far as we can. See as much as the level as possible. Not a lot. Not a lot of the rest of the level. Okay. This is it. This is gonna be it. Ah! How tight is this timer? It's probably very tight, isn't it? "12 seconds. 12 seconds. We're about to find out how tight this is. Oh, fuck, 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 god damn it. Ow, fuck, dick, mother, ass. I forgot to do a double jump there. I forgot to do triple jump.
Oh no!
Damn it. Oh, that was 2 tries. That was 2 tries. Okay, last try. Our last try. None of this is hard. This is all... fuck. Well, we're boned. We're double boned. We're so boned right now.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's, F. That's right. F. That's very cool, Countess Timpani. Very cool, level there. Definitely would love another crack at that. Eventually. You know, I'll say, like, we could always get a, one of those redemptions to, like, refresh our tries at any time. A lot of people still have their, like, sub-incentives in the chat. Remember, once a stream. Thank you, Countess. Let me take a drink of my drink, and then I will, get the next level up, which is Rock Parties. Ah, Countess already used it. Gotcha. Yes. That'll do you. Unless Killer wants to see more, or someone else. You know, hey. Again, I will remind everyone, you can do it for someone else's level if you so please. Let me hit dismiss and get this sorted out. Yes, okay. Now you can add. Now you can add. I think it'd be fun if I had a sub to pop. If I had that to pop myself, I would pop it on someone's like sudden death level. You know, a level that looked not too hard, but like hard enough where I couldn't get through it in 2. Another 7 would be ideal. Like I would be looking for levels that really stroked my fancy. Hey Rock Party, are you here? Did you say anything? Last few minutes? Let me scroll up for a second. Yes. Was just talking about Mazdas. Perfect. That's, that'll do. That'll do indeed. Let's do another card. Y'all seeing too many Tesla trucks out there? Yeah, I'll tell you, I'm seeing way too many fucking Tesla trucks out there. I do not like seeing Tesla trucks out there, let me tell you. The other day, I was just driving, right? And I saw 2 Tesla trucks out in the wild in the same, like, commute to work situation. Maybe also stopping by for, like, some food. Maybe going to lunch. Who remembers specifically which drive I saw 2 Teslas in, but 2 Tesla trucks, but they are really ugly. They are hideous things. More monstrous, I think, than the car built for Homer. I would rather have the car built for Homer than a Tesla truck. It is such a hideous monstrosity, and the fact that they cost like 100 grand, oh my god, that is just insanely wasteful. Like, you know, fuck. Man, right? Right? Horrible things, horrible things. Y'all seeing a lot of those as well, or is it just like my particular area? Or like maybe, you know, I don't know, right? Maybe certain demographics like them more than others? I know that we have a lot of like, Well, actually, I don't know demographics countrywide, but I know that there's a lot of, like, immigrants around, like, I don't want to speak out of turn here, but, you know, there's a lot of, like, Indian immigrants in, like, North Plano. I don't know if it's, like, I don't know if it's, like, a demographic thing, or if, like, everyone is seeing, like, tons of them everywhere. You know, and maybe people are buying them just to be like, yeah, you know, it's my swastika. I'm, you know, supporting the cause, the bad cause, that is. Many of them in Massachusetts. Rowdy Pipers is what Rock Party wants to see. The clear rate is low. Let's randomize those dang heads. You know, I used to point and laugh when I saw them, but now the joke is tired, and when I see them, all I feel is like a god damn it. You know, it's just like a sense of like, ugh. One of those, again. I wish that, more of them would be defaced. Look at this. This is the first try. I've seen this level before, so I know what's up. But that was a really good first run. That was a really quite decent first run. Let's have more of them like that. I mean, let's go the distance. Let's go even farther than that. Not like that. Farther, farther. Also not like that neither. You like designs that aren't basic like modern cards, but that Cybertruck is just not good? Yeah, it's a hideous beast. It is like it is a truck that can't get wet. You know what a truck is for, right? Going off-road. If you take a Tesla truck off-road, you void your warranty. Yeah, this one would be good to get outside the lightning round. I agree. You void your warranty like that, and, shit, we're on our last try. God damn it. You know what I'm gonna say right now? Right here, right now? I will let... The instant refresh is so new. You know what? I guess I should say... I was gonna say, like, maybe I should let people preeminently use the instant refresh, but actually, you know what, that doesn't make sense because you need to know if I'm actually gonna die. It's possible we could have finished that, and you'd be like, oh, I instant refreshed for nothing. Hey, an instant refresh, what do you know? Thank you, Rock Party. Let's, refresh our lives. Lovely. I love all those little one-ups. I love to see them. Turns out there's been a lot of one-up designs throughout Mario's history. That's good. Also, by the way, you can see I made the sub incentive like really cheap. It's now just 200 channel points, which, you know, like I said, the cost isn't really the thing. It's not really there to cost... It's not really there to be a channel point sink, it's just there so that people don't redeem it without thinking, you know? Or, you know, people without subs. It is a waste, you know, I want it to be a waste if you don't have a sub, but it is cheap enough where it should be something you do without thinking. Yeah, that's right, it's a W refresh. I hope I want to get past that annoying invisible block that has killed us probably like 2-3 times so far. Like, we've gotten just a little bit farther than what we've seen here tonight. And Jesus. This level is a minute and a half long though. I wonder if that's with a checkpoint. That is what are we, like 20 seconds in? Shit, fuck, okay. That annoying invisible fuck. Yeah, it is a troll block and level that is otherwise quite fair. I mean, it's difficult, but most everything else we've seen is like, hey, we got past that invisible fucker. Look at us, we did it! Hey, mission accomplished! Not really, there's like a whole bunch rest of the level past that, including that jump, which we failed on. I don't know if I can say mission accomplished, but, fuck. We got past the invisible block! Hey, how about that? We also ran out of lives, so that's all we can do. Right now, right here, right now. Thank you, Rock Party, that was good. Shit. Fuck. Tony Cooney, go ahead and confirm. How many cards do I have left right now? I wonder. Let me see. I wonder if we should, close the lightning round. I have 7 left, and there's 7 levels in the queue. Oh, we kind of have the perfect amount right now. Let's do a few more levels. Let's do the next one and the one after. Let me see, who's coming up? Jupiter Mega, Tommy, and then Killer. Let's see this one and the next one, okay? And then we'll do last call and close the queue. Maybe? How about that? Tempted to go until someone where I know they definitely will be able to get another one submitted. Let's just keep trucking. Ah, trucking. Tesla truck. Haha. We'll do like, let's say 4 more levels. Okay? Okay. Tony Cooney, you have to confirm. Here's a card. I've been playing Pokemon TCG Pocket today. There's a new pack out. That's right. And, that got announced yesterday as part of the Pokemon Day events, which, by the way, I don't have a card for because, honestly, other than Pokemon Pocket, there wasn't a lot there that really interested me. But the Pokemon Pocket stuff was cool. And let me unpack some packs. I've only packed 2 so far, and I went through the whole single-player editions that they have. I went through the whole single-player stuff that they had, and I have enough hourglasses where I can do a 10 pull. So let's do that real fast, huh? How do y'all feel about that? Tony Cooney, do speak up. So Triumphant Light is the new expansion. There is a bunch of gimmicks based around like having Arceus. A lot of Pokemon have like an effect that's like, oh, if Arceus is in play, you get like this extra effect, which is kind of cool. I don't really know these cards super well yet. I haven't like watched. I watched one thing when it leaked. I watched like the leak coverage of like, oh, here's the review of the cards we know from the leak. But I feel like I haven't seen everything, every card in what this pack became. So, you know, let's see. I also have 2 before a 10 pull. So let's do that real fast. Be right back. No problem. Do be back as much as you like. I like the gold color of this new pack. If you combine Eevee with something else, you automatically win. I do believe that is, there are some really good Eevees in this pack, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Houndour. Okay, that's kind of just a nothing basic. Ooh! I saw this. I saw this being played by one of the single-player cards, single-player campaign mode decks. Return a basic Pokemon from your discard pile into your hand. So this would be useful if you had like just a one-hit wonder and it died twice and you wanted to like play it a 3rd time, I guess. I don't know like how useful that would be, but probably good for getting God back. Barboach, Nosepass, Pupitar. Pupitar looks a bit shit. honestly. 3 power, 3 energy for an attack. That's a 3-stager has to be good enough to win you the game on its own, pretty much. I got a pseudo-udo, like a really colorful pseudo-udo so far, as you can see. All right, I got one more here for like a daily recharge, and then I can do a 10 pull. I guess the thing I'm looking for most would be Arceus, an Arceus EX. That card seems broken, and also it activates a bunch of other cards which are broken. I need 2 of those as soon as possible. And also it seems really powerful just on its own, even without the enabling factor. Brave Bird. It's a powerful attack. Not bad. Roll out, sure. Astonish. Looks like crap. Mud Slap. Okay. Manectric. It's new. During your opponent's next turn, if the defending Pokemon tries to use an attack, your opponent flips a coin. If tails, that attack doesn't happen. That's good. That's a good thing, and it's cheap as well, so I can see that being good. I don't know. 10 pull time. All right, ready to go. Let's do it. How many good things can we get? Okay, let's count EXs. Let's count the colorful ones. Pullback, Glide, Corkscrew Punch, Worry Seed. During your turns, attacks used by your Snorlax cost 2 less energy. Heracross and Staraptor. Oh wow, that's kind of cool. It makes it so you can turn your Snorlax into a powerhouse just like that. I wonder if they'll ever add double colorless energy as a card in the pocket game. Metal Magnemite. Mawile. If your opponent's active Pokemon is a metal Pokemon, this attack does 30 more damage. Why would you ever play that? That's bad. I mean, you have to know way too much about your enemy's deck to know that was worth playing. Gengar that puts guys to sleep. That sleep is pretty powerful. And that's pretty cheap as well. Heatran seems pretty good. Oh, was that a fancy one? That might have been one. Pikachu. That's a better Pikachu. That's finally a good Pikachu. A good basic Pikachu. Sure. I saw this Toxicroak. I like them putting out more Toxicroaks. I like Toxicroak. Toxicroak's a great Pokemon. Good Croagunk. Blast, Preamble. Just like a defensive thing. Looks at your opponent's deck. That's interesting. That's an interesting thing that you never want to be, like, in the front line, but is good for, like, in the back line purposes. We've gotten nothing so far. Nothing exceptional. We've gotten some, like, holographic and, like, some holographic Heatrons, but that's it. Jesus Christ. What a bad 10 pull. Not a single X, not a single, like, decorated card, other than 2 holographic cards, which, you know, by the way, these aren't even, like, these are just 3 diamond. They're just 3 diamond. They're not even 4 diamond. It's not like a bigger, fancier rarity. It's just Slightly fancy looking. My god, that's an awful results for today. Oh well, I'll be pulling these for the next, like, month, I guess. I was pretty much done with the last pair of expansions anyway, so that is fine to have a new one. And, you know, I look forward to finding out, like, what exactly the big new cards are and how this is gonna change, like, meta and crap. Obviously, every time there's a new pack, it takes a while for anyone to get up to... Oh, I have enough to do one more. Takes a while for anyone to get up to the number needed to do, to actually do a deck, but let's see if I can get something good in this last one. This is the Hail Mary. We got jack shit with that 10 pull, as well as the 2 before that. Let's see if this will be any different. I mean, Idra is a good card. I kind of wanted that card. It seems like a really good trainer card. Nope. Nope. No Hail Mary. No Hail Mary tonight. Anyway, that's Pokemon TCG Pocket. Really hasn't been enough time to really, like, know what the fuck with the new cards and all. But, I wish I had more time to realize that I need to be saving up, hourglasses. This one came so fast after the last pair of expansions. Like, oh wow. Feels like it's been less than a month, hasn't it? I got the premium thing, for, this season. For, like, this, expansion, this last expansion. And that has not run out yet, so, you know... That's interesting. That makes you think. Tony Cooney did not confirm during that whole spiel. So let's just go ahead and punch that in real fast. Ooh, 972. I don't know if y'all know this, but Plano's phone number area code is 972. You see a lot of phone numbers with those 3 numbers around here a bunch. Around where I am. Like, you know, in the vicinity. Pretty common. I like those numbers a bunch. It's a light Kaizo with a 1% clear rate. Little over. Okay, Tony. If you confirm, we can have 3 more, but here we go. 2 tries, let's do it. You have to be in chat for me to have... what the fuck is this shit? Like Kaizo my ass, this is precision. This is a precision nightmare. Well, actually, maybe it's not so bad. We kind of got through the first nightmarish portion. Like, lickety snap, you know? And here we go on the second portion. Third portion. I mean, I guess... It's a continuous series of moments. We need to go between the motherfuckers here. Can we first try this? Did we first try this? Is it over? Could it be over? No, it's not over. What's the world record? 4 minutes. Okay. I don't know if we could first try this, but certainly we're on good pace to do something good. Maybe we'll get to the checkpoints. Hi. Smiley face. Yes, okay, good. A checkpoint. Sweet, good. We could finish this. You know... Oh, hey, it just shifted to something else entirely. Now it's a light Kaizo. Okay, okay. We got a light Kaizo now. Okay, okay, okay. Tony Cooney, do consider confirming. Anytime would be cool. Breathe in, breathe out. will jump, follow the indicators. I can't believe we got through that first segment first try, but without Tony Coney here to confirm, that's gotta be it. Let me take a quick drink of my water. If Tony Cooney hasn't confirmed yet, it's already too late. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Hitting dismiss. I suppose also it's possible that someone else would want to use their refresh. Perhaps I should always like give people a minute, even after the thing is up. Jupiter MGA is up next. Jupiter MGA is up next. Go ahead and say something in chat, and I will play the level. I'll say, like, before the expansion hits, I totally kind of thought that there was not much going on in Pokemon Pocket. You know, I feel like I had gotten to the point where it's like, okay, I'm not really playing any new decks. I'm looking for new cards still, and I have gotten a couple of big ones in the last couple days. Like, I got a second Lickitung, a second Licky Licky EX, so I could play that if I had a second Dialga. I've been kind of looking for a second Yanmega EX, so I could do that. I'm looking for a Yanmega, I'm looking for a Dialga. Those are two things I've been looking for. I've also been, I got like a second Snivy EX, the one with the claw that does more damage if the enemy is damaged. I got a second one of those, perfect for a dark deck. I played this one before, so let's find a different one. Or the Super World. Hey, how about the Super World? Super World right here. Let's do the Super World. If I get to decide, we're doing the Super World. It's kind of been a little bit dull, so the expansion kind of comes at just the right time to spice things up. And, you know, hey, it's cool. I'm not, I think right now, I don't want to necessarily, like, you know, I sub to the $10 a month thing so I could get 30 packs over the course of a month. This is like some sort of speedrun type thing where we have to do multiple challenge rooms. Or maybe just one challenge room. One challenge room! We did it! Hey, nearly accidentally talked over the whole thing. Whoops. It was a nice little mini challenge there, though. Oh, it does say in the title, 10-second speedrun boss fight number 1. I should read the titles. Then I'd know what to do, and would know not to waste time with tangents. It's always a good idea, I suppose. Next up is Tommy. Tommy. Let's do Killer's level, and then we'll move to close the queue. Or, I'm thinking 2 more after this one. 2 more after Tommy. Let's do Mario and Luigi 02, who was, who looked like was waiting to come up. You know, checked relatively recently. Let's give that viewer a chance to get a second level in. That'll be like people who have already had several in after that, so good place to cut it off, I think. Lovely. Tommy, go ahead and confirm. I'll say I was a little confused during the Pokemon thing because they mentioned that Mega Evolve was coming back, and I guess that's coming back for the paper trading card game. You know, I guess as like a new Pokemon Pocket person, I gotta be like paying attention or else like I'll get confused and see like, ooh, a new card. Oh, it's not for Pockets, it's for the real one. Right, yes, the real one also needs like 4 expansions a year or something. I don't know how many expansions a year, but probably a lot of them, actually. What? Another card here. Another card here. Been playing Avowed. Avowed is sick. If you like a Bethesda-like, it's about as good as one of those as you could hope for, and probably the best one since like either Outer Worlds or Fallout New Vegas, depending on like. I feel like all those are really close, honestly, and it's just really sick. The combat feels great. The world is really interesting and full of like interesting writing and lore and things of that nature. Again, the combat really feels really fun with like you know, you'll end up having like 2 weapons in either hand, at least I do, and like some sort of convoluted loadout that has like, okay, I have like an alternate. You have like 2 different loadouts that you can switch between, and also like a number of like quick cast spells. So you can just be like, you know, you'll be like constantly being like, my loadout right now, I'll say in Avowed, is I have a pistol in one hand and a wand in the other. And with the pistol, I can do like big, chunky shots every couple of seconds, right? And with the wand, I can just like spam and like get them the rest of the way. So I'll like pistol them a lot of the way down, and then like wand, pistol, and that just does, it's a very satisfying loop to do. And also I have a perk that makes it so that when I switch loadouts, when I switch back, as long as it's been over 3 seconds, it is like automatically reloaded. So my actual loadout right now is I do like pistol, wand, pistol, and then I switch to a carbine in my other slot, and I get like one big fucking massive shot from that, and that's, you know, it's a 2-handed weapon. It does like a lot more damage, and it takes a lot longer to reload. And then I switch back to the guns, and just repeat the cycle. Bang, wand, bang, carbine, and then I'll mix in a couple spells in there for good measure, like, I don't know how many levels you missed, Chard. Like, icicle thing, fireball. I've been trying out the move that, like, heals you by, like, vampiring health off enemies. That's convenient for, like, when you're really low on health. It's a little slow, though. I would love a version of that was instant. I feel like instant spells are the ones that are the most fun to cast. You know, they don't get in the way of the other stuff. That said, when you're switching weapons or casting spells, that is the perfect chance for stamina to recover. So it kinda just ends up feeling right. The combat system in that game is just so fucking satisfying. I am digging the hell out of it, enjoying the story. I'm like in the 3rd big area and having a great time. I got the 4th party member. Things are getting a little difficult. But, like, difficult in, like, a challenging way, in, like, a satisfying way. Like, when I finish a fight and I have, like, very little health, it's just, or, you know, I just barely got by. It's just like, you know, it's a good-ass feeling playing that game. I need 450, what? That's a lot of mushrooms. That's a lot of 1-up mushrooms. Let's see what we can do. Avowed just fucking kicks ass, and I am enjoying the hell out of it. I mean, I'll say, like, I don't necessarily know, like, how well it will do, like, Game of the Year style, right? Like, you know, this year is gonna have a 3D Mario, probably, you know? I don't know if that's I feel like odds are good that 3D Mario will have Game of the Year on lock, but it is absolutely a Game of the Year quality game, and like one that I feel like everyone should play. Oh my god, I didn't miss something by not being able to. I can't take that chance. I need to restart. Yep. Nope, definitely missed something by being by not doing that earlier. Yes, okay, confirmed. Was worth it to restart. In theory. But yeah, Avowed kicks ass. If you like that sort of game, your Fallouts, your Elder Scrolls, Outer Worlds, I would definitely recommend picking it up. It is very similar to Outer Worlds insofar as it is a zone-based game. You know, zone-based game, the open worlds are not like whole... It's not like a big one massive open world. It's just like a series of smaller open worlds. But they're all really satisfying to explore, filled with amazing side quests that's... You know, there's never enough of them where you'll get tired of them or just say like, okay, well, I want nothing to do with these 100 side quests. It's like, no, there's like 10. There's like 5 in this area. You go like, okay, I can do that. I can do 5 side quests, sure. And you do them and you go like, yeah. Those were good side quests, god damn. There we go. What's the deal here? Oh. That's a surprise. A nice surprise, though. How the hell do you get through there? Funny how many catchphrases Bart has. Catchphrases, a lot less of a thing as the show goes on. Wow, these one-ups are kind of annoying. How they bounce off each other and refuse to come my way. I sure hope the ones that went this way didn't despawn. Good, they didn't. It would be bad if they did. I guess I have nothing more to say about Avowed right now, just... Yo, it kicks ass. It kicks ass. It comes with my, highest recommendation. I sure hope missing some of these isn't a problem. Oh, this looks good. This looks good. It comes with my highest recommendation. Again, fans of the genre should not sleep on Avowed. It's on Game Pass if you got that. I see no reason why not to, buy it and do like a whole fuck ton of it. Oh, this is sudden death, but, this is a very easy level to just, like, you know, get through without issue. You know, something bad would have to happen for us to die here. Oh, fuck. That one of the one-ups got, like, absorbed by the POW. I was hoping that that would activate the POW. That's bad. That's really bad. Should we have saved a POW from elsewhere to use here? Maybe we should have done. Hopefully there's, like, more than enough. And, you know, it's not down to individual... like, dudes. Oh, I was thinking that might have, like, a POW block in it or something. Good that I would be so lucky. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This looks promising. And also, only one here is super easy to get. This gotta be enough. This gotta be enough. Look at this. Feast of mushrooms. Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. This isn't looking great. Beginning to get skeptical, you know? Skeptical that, this'll make the cut, this'll make the grade. Yeah, we're still like 100 short. One up rain, yeah. We have 100 seconds left, 133 seconds left to get a little over 100 mushrooms. Let's see if we can lock that in. If we can manage that right here. This seems like a promising grid. Okay, okay, look at all this crap. Two of those ones didn't activate. And the mushroom, the one-up mushrooms can kill themselves if they pop up below one where one already is. That's rough, man. Some of the implications of 3D World make some of the mushroom rearing be more difficult than it otherwise would be. 83 seconds now. Get 30. Feel like right here is not the place. Done here. Let's crawl. Let's crawl. $50 seconds left. Wish I could get under there. And, wait a minute. I think I can. I think I can hit the first POW. I can hit the POW that's lowest. Okay, we're 5 away. That's easy. That's doable. 30 seconds. Oh my god. I say it's easy. But I have to get there. I have to go down here. Alright, alright. There we go. We passed the number needed. And we have 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2, wow! No!
No!
Roll to win. Oh, fuck. I wish I had thought of that. Thank you, Tommy. That's a hell of a thing you've put in the queue. That was so fucking close. Anywho, let's keep moving. Killer, killer, killer. Killer, go ahead and confirm. Let's do another card here. Killer is already confirmed. Killer's been chatting. Good, okay, great, perfect. Here's the next card here. I've been playing some other stuff too. Particular, I finished Metroid Fusion and also 100%ed that. And then after that, I decided, like, I'm in the mood for more Metroid. Let's go through Metroid Dread. So I've been playing that last few days. Then I was kind of bored whilst watching The Simpsons. And I said, like, what else can I play that's cool? And I put on Ori 2. It's been a long while since I played Ori 2. And Ori 2 is kind of sick, kind of great. So, Ori 2. Playing Ori 2. Finally, I did like a couple minutes of DK64 Rando. Was kind of in the mood for DK64 Rando, and then I realized like, this is not past midnight. You know, like maybe on a weekend afternoon where I have nothing else going on and no big games to play. But like, yeah, I should probably just be focusing on Dread and Ori 2 if I'm just looking for something to play whilst watching The Simpsons. Or whatever else I want to watch on the television. Let's do it. Let's do the thing. I guess I don't have that much to say about any of those particular games other than, like, I think Dread is now my favorite 2D Metroid. I think Fusion has overtaken Zero Mission. And also I would say like the 3D ones, you know, Prime 2, Prime 3, I kind of love those like about as much as Prime or as much as Dread, so you know, I'll say it's not like Dread is the #1 dog number now. It's like no, I still got my nostalgia for Prime 2 kicking around, but you know, whatever. It's a slightly different order, I guess. And as far as the king of the 2D games go, it's Dread now with a bullet for sure. I'm pretty sure. Ori 2 kicks ass. I should do the randomizer of Ori sometime. I wonder how that plays or how that's like plays out. Like, is that interesting to like is that game interesting to do in a randomized order? I wonder. Really don't know. Curious about that. I also don't know like how exactly you run Ori 2 randomizer. Like, do you get the PC version? I don't have the PC version. I do own the Xbox version. I have Game Pass. Can I do Ori 2 Game Pass PC and then do that with a randomizer mod? If that's an option, that would work. Shit. And I also own it like outright, but the Xbox version particularly. Ori's like one of the best Xbox Studio exclusives, I guess I'd say. Ori 2, anyway. I thought Ori 1 was just okay. You know, a very passable game. Its main gimmick got abandoned, like, you know, like that in Ori 2. You know, in Ori 1, there's a whole... Oh, right, it's Super World, so we get extra lives, and they need to be randomized, yada yada yada, ba ba ba, there we go. Blue Toad. Ori 1's gimmick is like, oh, you can make a save point wherever you want. You can hold down a button and use a resource and be like, yeah, I'm saving right here. But Ori 2 just gets rid of it and has reasonable checkpoints, and it's way better. I think that's just way less annoying than the alternative. And also it has really tight design and some really cool, like, upgrades and stuff that you just get at such a good clip in Ori 2. And it's really fucking great that it gives you, like, the main event power, Bash, like, within the first hour of the game. I've only played, like, an hour, but I already have Bash, I already have Dash, I'm just so mobile. It feels so good. Ori 2 does. I'll say, of like, DK64 randomizer, I did try some different options. I tried setting it up so that, this feels like a big secret thing. Maybe we can get the spring here. I tried setting it up so that, the moves would be randomly scattered to a few potential more locations. In addition to Kong helpers, I set it so like, oh, the moves can be in Kasplats. So maybe I'd have to find all the Kasplats. And they could be in, like a couple other places. And in the, like, hour I spent just, like, trying that out, it's like, okay, it's still mostly in stores. Stores still have most of the locations, it turns out. That kind of makes it a little less interesting. Oh, this is the wrong thing to do, isn't it? Probably should not have collected that coin. Oh, maybe so. Oh, maybe shouldn't have used that power block. This a all red coin situation? My God, this is this isn't quite hell, of course, but you know, it's just a ghost house. But I don't know where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a little concerned about everything. Other than that, not playing a lot of games right now. Just sort of, you know, taking care of business, as it were. Got stuff going on. like I said, I had to set up my laptop from scratch. Say like, actually it wasn't that big of a deal. The last time I had the laptop and I, got it for the first time and I wanted to set it up and crap, there was like a huge impetus to like get it working because I wanted to use it in Japan on like a vacation, on like doing some like away from home streams. Now it's like those are over and like well, if I'm being honest, I don't see that happening again anytime soon, I got trips coming, but like, they'll be 1 week affairs and probably I'll just be out of town for a week and not worry about doing a stream. You'll see me when you see me. I think that's probably the best way to go about that. I mean, I'll consider it. Maybe it would be fun to do another stream from the road, but it would not be as big an event. Oh, hey, there's a red coin hidden behind the POWs. Interesting place to hide one. Oh, you can't come this way. You have to go out the other exit. But anyway, not a lot going on as far as that goes, and not a lot going on in general. It's been kind of a slow week, all things told. I'm looking forward to next week. I'll say I don't have... Like I said, I'm doing a big stream on Sunday, and then the rest of the week I'm just gonna, like, do nothing. I'm not gonna stream, I'm not gonna... Well, I'm going to do the other stuff that I do, like YouTube Shorts, things like that. But, as far as, like, active streams go, I won't have to worry about that until the end of the week. Which is nice. It's nice to have a bit of a break, Usually I'm just doing, like, a stream every couple days, really, when you get right down to it. Like, the longest break I go between streams is, like, 3 days over the weekend, which, is great. It's the weekend. Everyone loves the weekend, but... Going off for the other way. Interesting. But, whatever. What do I want this POW for? There's something down there. There's something down there. It's safe to go down. Hey, I opened up a shortcut for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know. Will this allow me to get a spring somewhere? Somewhere useful? I don't know what the POW, if the POW has any use beyond the first time you use it. Hey, fuck off, I'm getting by. Beautiful. Is this cheese? I don't know, maybe this is cheese. We're halfway through and we have 100 seconds left. Oh boy. I am not feeling so good about this one. The POW is just to hide the coin? Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Fuck. I said how many tries every level gets. Far be it for me to, you know, we can't change that now just because, this is inconvenient. I could try being a little less, a little more loosey-goosey, I guess, if I wanted, you know, risk-taking. If I wanted this to, like, go faster, but... you don't need to do anything like that. So this way... There's a cape. Oh, hey, with this, we can... see more of the stage. We can go up high now. I guess, all things told, we hadn't lost a lot of fucking progress. In the last 70 seconds since we died, we've regained a lot of our, progress here. Can I get up there with this cape? The POW block would actually help me get there right now, ironically. Yes, you can. Okay. But it is cheese. Fine with that. I think if we get around to the end of the... end of the, like, purple block there. I want to do it. Come on. What if I do like a... Oh, that works, that works. Okay, we do like this. We do a little run to the side. There we go. Pretty sure this is intended. Definitely intended. I know, I know. I'll live with that. I'll live with that cheese. That cheese on my head. The knowledge that, like, yes, I did a cheese. Very sad. Heartbreaking, really. Cheese is good? Yeah, I love cheese. I don't know why we're so against cheese here. I love cheese. I always like it with my eggs and crap, you know? Putting some cheese on it. Getting like a, like an egg McMuffin situation going. Oh my god, that needs cheese. You definitely need some cheese sometimes. I think that goes without saying. I think we should have this be the other way And we should release the, we should open the bombable wall. Thinking. Damn it, that was so useful while we had that. Hang on, maybe we can get another one right here. Hey. Still got it. I mean, we still have it. We're still powered up. Factually true. Not anymore. Okay. I'm really not sure what the point of that is, because we can get the spring here in other ways. It's not like this is the way to get the spring. It's just one way to do that. Whatever, let's just relax and do this. Let's do the high one first. Or, not the high one. Let's lure the boo high, and then go through this door and get this one. I mean, this is the one we died on last time, so it's good to get out of the way early. Also, we can just take this spring and use it for a bunch more without losing it, which is ideal. Alright, now we do this. Go up. Oh, come on, give me two red coins here. That's all I need. Oh, brilliant. I see how this works now. Okay. I need to get... Left gives you one red coin, and right gives you a second one. Okay. Son of a bitch! The coins led me astray. The timer is getting pretty threatening now. We might need to, like, optimize this to somewhat, you know, figure out, like, where the fuck we're going before we can actually do this in one go here. And, like, the fact that we have to wait for boos a bunch of the time is, you know, makes it slow. Fucking son of a bitch. Son of a bitch, red coin there. Son of a bitch, red coin. Okay. Now. Oh, Christ. I need the spring, and I need the on-off to be the other way. Get the spring, and need to switch the on-off. Now, how do I switch the on-off again? Like a whole procedure. You go through this door. And through the door is a boo wheel. Oh, Christ. At what point is it better to take our chances and just floor it and take a damage boost? I don't know. I think we have time. Okay, if there's another fall... Okay, great, good. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Hey, damage boost, damage boost. We have 23 seconds. We've solved the puzzle. This is the wrong way, isn't it? Nope, this is it, this is it. Through the door. 15 seconds left. Ending! And just enough time to get the, well, that's not the 1-up, but that's the 40 points. I probably could have waited for it to go up and down one more time, and then I'd be really cooked if, I didn't grab it right there. Yeah! We did it! We got all 10 coins! And had 10 seconds left on the clock! Wow. My god, if I had to do that again, wow, that would be, I'd be unhappy. I guess I'll say. Thank you, Killer, for the level. Mario and Luigi fan, you are up. To confirm, Mario and Luigi fan. That was a long one, that last one, but hey. Let me do 2 more cards rapid fire here. Actually, I don't know that Mario and Luigi fan. Mario and Luigi fan, are you here? Should we wait? How should we wait? Short, but if you don't know what if you know what you're doing, but long if you don't. I knew kind of a lot of what I had to do that second time. And it still took 490 seconds. I don't know. Two quick pieces of follow-up here. And Mario and Luigi fan, if you show up, we'll do your level. And if you're not here, we'll give you some time with the last call. How about that? We'll do it like that. We'll do it like this. Okay. First off, a little bit of recap on recapping anime, a little bit of follow-up there. I'll say last week I tried to just recap all my thoughts on all the anime that I'm watching without spending too much time. You know, it's probably like a single card's worth of discussion. And then after I said to myself, you know, there's a lot of anime that I didn't really talk about, didn't really hit up. So I decided to post like a sentence worth of thoughts about each anime to the Discord and the entertainment channel, which I will just put on screen now. And I will note that like, oh well, to just type up a sentence and to think about a second sentence for each show I'm watching, that took like maybe a half hour, maybe like 20 minutes to a half hour. So, you know, that sort of gets to the heart of like why it is hard to watch this anime and like cover them all on stream. You know, it's just like, even if you want to do them right, it kind of takes more than an hour to like explain what the show is, how you feel, how it's been going. And that's a big commitment, you know? That's a fucking what the fuck, right? Here's what they say. It says, like, the blue box has really big, great romantic moments. I'm really loving the isekai / of reverse isekai combo of Welcome to Japan Miss Elf. Sakamoto Days is just really, really charming and really engaging action-wise. Like, really, maybe it's not S tier as far as, like, there have been, like, better animated action out there, but it's kick-ass, and I'm really enjoying it. Surayo Utility has amazing character and a lot of big vibes. Orb is fearless. I'm amazed at the directions Orb has gone over the season. Okitsura is perfect romantic triangle with fun Okinawan trivia mixed in. Medalist is one of the best sports anime in ages. Shangri-La Frontier is the best VR MMO anime. 100 Girlfriends is peak harem. Danmachi has had some of the best animation I've seen in a while. Yeah. You know what? I'll only read out S tier, but I will put the other tiers on screen for a second here, and I'll say like a lot of these are all really strong, and I've been really enjoying a lot of them. And I'll say like ReZero just had a really great episode, and it's looking like it's gonna have some real great payoff before it ends. A lot of these could move up to S, honestly, but I also think A tier is just a real good tier for like a cut below S, and still remarkably good. A is pretty solid as well. I'll say, since I showed it last week, there's been a little bit of a change in A. I moved Dr. Stone from A plus to from A plus to A. I've really been enjoying the new conflict, but also the new conflict feels like it's just only starting. It's in that phase where, when a show is about to get good, and it's like, ooh, it's about to get good. Things are about to pop off. And then it's like you're 8 episodes in of a 12 episode season, and you're going like, things are about to get good. What the fuck? What? Second core, it's gonna get good. Second core, I think it would graduate to A plus, but that'll be like, not next season. That'll be who knows when. So it's A. It's good. It's really good. But like, I do wish it was moving faster. Also, I moved Trillion Game down to B. Just wasn't huge into the last arc, honestly. And I still really enjoy the chicanery, but Dr. Stone is kind of outclassing it, so B for it. I think overall it's still an A, like both cores in mine, but as it's gone on further, it's gotten a little less credible, I guess. I don't know. And also, they spent a little bit too much time on, we're going to make a gacha game. That's our money-making scheme. Gacha games. And it's like, okay, well, I don't really believe that there is that much of a market for a brand new gacha game. I feel like people just play the ones that they play forever, and, either you're one of those or you're a Johnny-come-lately who is just way too late to the game. There you go. You can always look on the Discord or freeze frame later on if you want to see those sentences like in more detail, but recapping anime is a really hard thing to do, I think, on this channel, on this stream. And it just takes time is all. One more card, also one more card, which is call up on Twitch clips. I'll say, since last week, I've been trying to focus on clipping up some old streams, because I have a gimmick. Well, first off, I like to make sure old streams have all their most memorable moments, like, clipped up and crap, so that I can put them up as YouTube shorts eventually, right? And recently, I've gotten really behind in the last year, and I've been saving them as Twitch highlights, and Twitch just said, like, hey, from now on you can only have 100 hours of highlights. And I'm at like 600 because I've just been like saving them as highlights for the last year. So I need to get as many done as I can, and then I need to figure out like how I'm gonna do the rest, how I'm gonna save the rest, whether I download them from YouTube and then re-upload them to Twitch, or if I download local copies right now and just keep them on my my terabytes of storage that I got. I kind of maybe have enough where I could keep the Twitch copies like downloaded for the time being. I don't know, but currently I've been working through them like one at a time. I now have a list. Where's that? That is right here. I have a list of streams I want to get to, older streams. Some of those are Mario Maker streams, like Pig Farts is just a Mario Maker stream with the name Pig Farts in the name. That's just my shorthand for it. In the my bookmarks. And I want to get through all these. It just takes a lot of effort. Yesterday I clipped up 2 in one night, and that's why I was up until like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., because I decided to do that, and instead of sleeping. I feel productive, but also I could really use more sleep. It's kind of a tough thing to catch up on. 600 hours of streams that need to be looked through for their best moments, but I am trying to figure out the best way around the problem, and I'm working on it, and I'm probably gonna have to just delete everything and just re-upload. And, you know, once I have that process, it'll be somewhat of a process where I figure out everything that I want to do next. I upload those 100 hours worth of VODs, and then I do them. And maybe also I try to do the latest ones as well. You know, the ones that haven't expired yet on Twitch side. Twitch VODs expire after 60 days. That's why I need to store them as highlights, because I was slow on the draw and I'm really behind. But, yeah, a lot of... It takes a lot of effort. This week, I think I clipped up, like, the Streamiversary, the last Streamiversary stream, which has a lot of good clips in it from DK64 Randomizer, Nico Dorico, Mario Maker, and, Space Station Silicon Valley. I want to do... That's why, by the way, kind of clipping up Donkey Kong 64 kind of got me in the mood for Donkey Kong 64 Randomizer, it turns out. I also want to do Space Station Silicon Valley another time soon. I also did the Me-Side stream, which turns out to be extremely clippable. That horror game, that horror dating sim game is just so goddamn clippable. Like, my god, I saved way too many of those to YouTube to ever post them all as shorts, but I'll have my pick of the litter, which is kind of the point. And also Avowed, which, you know, my first impressions there was just like a week and a half ago, and I'll be able to put up some shorts of that as well. Was there a fourth one? There was a fourth one, but I forgot what it was. What the fuck was the fourth one that I clipped up relatively recently? It's a whole goddamn process, and I'll say, like, sometimes I spent a bunch of time clipping up, like, oh, here's some really amazing moments from Space Station Silicon Valley. And then I put up a short about Space Station Silicon Valley, and I find that YouTube will only show Space Station Silicon Valley shorts to 4 people, and say, okay, my job is done. There's no audience for Space Station Silicon Valley shorts, according to YouTube. I'm not sure if that's the case. I mean, I put N64 in there as well. You know, I thought, like, okay, well, maybe people are looking for N64 clips? N64 shorts? I don't fucking know. What are you gonna do? Oh, it was a Game Pass stream where I tried out Fallout 76, Animal Well, and a couple other games. That was a good stream as well. Another Crab's Treasure. Some clips of that are basically ready to go as well. It's a whole process, and I continue to work on it. I don't see Mario and Luigi fan here. I'm gonna give you, Mario and Luigi fan, more time. More time for you. So, rejoice. Why? Well, folks, it's time for last call for levels. Last call for levels here, now. We got 3 in the queue, and 2 cards. Honestly, that would be a perfect amount of levels in the queue left to do. During this portion of the stream, I like to play some of my own levels, and, you know, show you what I do. In particular, for the last few weeks, I've been pulling up these, like, prototype versions of levels, and showing you those, instead of the, good and proper ones. Today, we got, like, quite a thing. We got, like, the whole World 7, which you can see I've kind of saved most of World 7 bullshit versions of them. Around this point in the Super World, I ran out of space for, like, additional levels, so I stopped saving them separately, and ended up starting to just, like, okay, I gotta delete my scraps. But at this point, I started saving my scraps again, and, sort of an explosion of, early versions of levels. In this one, this actually looks very similar to the final version, actually. This one, the whole premise of this was a vertical level where you go up one way, and then down the other way. This section is entirely the same as in the original. And then also some parts where you slide down hills. Okay, but the second half is, by and large, not done. Okay. Or at any rate, at a certain point, you know, it cuts out. And, you know, beyond there, it's just nothing. There's also a space theme in this whole world, which mostly is just done via the music. And, like, maybe some of the, you know, this is like, there's, like, stars in the background. That's, like, spacey. So, yeah, here in the second half, they're basically as they are in the final. Honestly, I think, like, all this up to this point, pretty similar. This is different. Okay, this is the divergence point here. Originally, I had the player slide through a small gap. That's, not as good as what I ended up with. Also, originally, this part was just nothing, basically. That's super nothing. That was just an early test of, like, oh, can you jump off a thing? And this is actually something. This actually became, like, the final segments. And also some experiments with, like, these guys dropping crap on you, which is a big part of that last final segment. Now, what the hell is this? Oh, yeah, I was trying, like, oh, what if you had to, like, jump from platform to platform and there were enemies that didn't have to go through that whole rigmarole? What would that be like? I think the answer was like, not that interesting. Not that interesting, really. Is the queue still open? It is, Roberts. That is right. It is last call for levels. It is the last chance to get it in. And this last part is pretty much as it would be in the final. Yep, pretty much exactly. I think there's another one of these. No, actually just one 7.2 BS. Let me show the final version for comparison here. We'll look and we'll see if anything's, like, majorly different. There are some parts where there's guys who run over these, you know, spiked platforms, except it's never quite as severe as it got in the original prototype, I guess. Any other changes? I'm wondering if there were groups of three, like, guys in a row, Spinies in a row. Yes, groups of 3 Spinies here. Several other places like here, and here. That was a major theme. Here's where the divergence point is. You can see instead of, like, sliding through a gap, you jump off a bouncy and land on a thing. Well, you drop off a bouncy if you want the 10, but, you know, it's just a vine otherwise, which is cool. Otherwise, the second half doesn't have vines in it, really, which I think is cool and interesting. And here's where that final segment ended up. Like, it ended up being a whole inside the meteor situation, inside the... This inside the comet. It's a comet. That's the name of the level, Cold Ice Comet. Next up, we have the beta versions of 7.3, which is called Meteor Meltdown. I reckon one of them might just be a beta, might just be a pre-revised version rather than like a huge beta version. This level, the whole gimmick I was trying to do was Magic Koopas. Didn't use them in the rest of the Super World. Felt like I should do here. I did a lot of messing around with, like, ideas around like that. Also, these spiny things. I guess I thought about for a while trying to do these launch things again, where you stand on them for a second and then it launches you out. That was a big thing in Bonehead Bramble earlier in the Super World. Also was experimenting with burners. That's a cool gimmick, but I feel like... Remind me in 3 months. Double-sided burner? Question mark? Maybe make a level around that, actually. That's not a bad idea. Just didn't work for this one. Didn't work for this level quite. I kind of like the way that you're forced to go through. Here, there was a gimmick based around, like, surviving. Where, like, okay, you have to wait, and you can just barely get through before the guys come. I forgot about this shit, where you're supposed to, like, blast your way up and spikes come out to like make a hole for you to go through. That's a neat idea. Didn't end up like becoming a thing. A lot of these ideas in this level didn't end up going the distance, you know? Roberts, you might want to submit now, you know? We're gonna be closing the queue soonish. I think this bit here maybe is spikes that drop and destroy stuff. This segment ended up pretty much exactly as is in the final level. Bouncy guys that climb steadily upward that Yoshi can lick. As well as some, like, block situations that break themselves. It's a very nice, beta version, full of ideas, many of which didn't pan out, but many of which did. And I think the other one is just a revised, is like a minor revision. You know, I think for some of these levels I have, like, revisions, just like, slightly earlier revisions. This doesn't look... Is this how the level is? No, this is a really early... Okay, this isn't... I labeled this as version 1, but major changes were done to the flow of the level between this and the final. Wow, I forgot. There is, I forgot about some of these, like, attempted ways of routing the player. I mean, actually, we can probably skip through most of it because a lot of it is very similar to what ended up. Like this whole sequence here. By the way, there's like a little time-saving thing you can do to get around that guy without taking a hit. Pro tip. That exists in the final level. A lot of this is pretty much as it ended up being. Perhaps just a little bit less smooth. Here's the big difference. This part here was changed big style. I took out this platform here, and also this part was changed entirely. I mean, this is a fucking thrilling part. Honestly, it's a pretty memorable bit. If the rest of the level was built around, like, falling multiple stories down in, like, platforms, that segment would be, like, honestly, I'm looking at that now and going like, my god, that's actually a really cool bit. Especially maybe if you didn't even have the ability to kill those motherfuckers and just had to dodge them for as long as it took. That would be great. But that's not how it ended up. That's a cool bit, Jesus. I can't believe that got cut. Let me show the final version that ended up in the actual level. Roberts, the queue is open. I don't know if you heard me say, but the queue is open. Yes. There you go. Yes. What does BS mean in your level tiles? Brainstorming. It can also mean the other thing. It kind of means both. Here's the final version. It's a thing where you run across, and by the time you've run across, these things have broken holes in the platform, so you have to get back like a slightly different way. That kind of uses the spikes a little better, I think, than the original design. Which was good, but, you know, this was improved. Is this basically all the same? Yeah, basically all the same. Did the last segment before change that much? I think only a little bit. A few minor changes here and there, but basically broad strokes. It's all basically the same as it was. In fact, hey, this actually was there. I forgot. I thought that there was just like, you had to get in the pipe, but I guess I was not so cruel, not so mean to make you, get in there. Let's see now, 7-4 is an interesting one, because 7-4 went through two whole phases of development. This is Aquatic Asteroid, and the original take on it was, you're still not finished with your level, Roberts? Gotcha. You were the one that was trying to, were you the one that was trying to race to get it uploaded before last stream, and you still haven't managed? That's a toughie. I was experimenting with a lot in this one, insofar as like, yeah, let's do a rising and lowering tide level. Maybe do something similar to like, I was trying a lot of stuff here. And, I'll be frank, it wasn't working. You know, this didn't work, this wasn't great. I mean, I kind of like the idea of having these Goombas at the surface of the water, and to get out of the water in a rush, you just have to jump on them. Like, that's not a bad idea, it just wasn't right for the level. The main thing that I realized here from this level creation, from this, like, version, was this thing here, this experiment, where I put down all these Hammer Brothers, and I realized, like, oh, because of the way the hammers slow down underwater, it's actually possible to dodge them a lot more easily than it would be otherwise. You can see there, I can just sort of, like, go, just... They're not as scary as they otherwise would be, the hammers. And that ended up, like, being one of the core discoveries that led to the actual level. You know, putting together some sequences like this where it's like, okay. The original idea was like a hybrid level where the first half was more like, you know, water secondary, and the upper half would be like more water primary. You know, more space for the actual swimming parts. But, I quickly got thrown by the wayside, and, unlike pretty much any other level here, got completely reinvented for the second version, which uses completely different themes. The hammer is a big central part, you know, post reinvention, and, you know, you sort of have to dodge it in dry bones while doing some progression type things. Also, the overworld. The overworld is, low gravity, which I thought was cool, and, managed to get working also well. The thing about low gravity is it's similar to it's kind of similar to underwater, where the, it's less of a threat. Also is experimenting with red cannonballs, I guess. There are red cannonballs in the level, I think, but they're not, in the low gravity parts, they're in the other parts. And other than that, there was just some basic parts that I had kicking around, like this part here, which eventually did become a part of the level, where you have to swim through bit. You sort of swim under here, you come up here, then after juking these guys, you hit it on off, and then you fall down through the cam balls. Hello, Axel, you came at just the right time. There's also this part here, which pretty much made it into the level as is. Other than that, nothing else was really figured out in this prototype. But you can see, like, between version 1 of the prototype and version 2, it's like the idea shifted massively. I had to, like, pivot in a radical direction to get the eventual right version of Koopaverse 4, Abyssal Asteroid. Oh, it's Abyssal Asteroid, not Aquatic Asteroid. Okay, that's a better name than Aquatic. And you can see here, there's that section, with a few less dry bones. Here's the start of the level pretty much as is. And a bunch else, you know, neat little things, neat little sequences. I like this part that makes you go, like, this way, and then after coming in through the outside, you, go this way, you know, through the reds. That's just some good old-fashioned routing. And, yeah, that final segment from earlier, Just right there, just pretty much as is, but with a 10 coin added. If you're wondering about the theming, anything where it's looks wrong cannot be seen in the level itself. You know, it just appears solid from all camera points. And the outside got a little more theming, but otherwise it's just sort of a couple of climbs either on this side or that side. And again, the camera can never move such that it shows you the other side, even though the camera is not locked. It's just you know, you can only go so far this side, so you can't see the other side. And on the other side, you can't see, like, the barrier either. This is a little weird, the theming here. That's a bit of a fuck-up, isn't it? Oh well, that's fine. It's it's an asteroid. It's allowed to be a little bit off off its axis, I guess. One more prototype here, and we'll be done for now for this week. Wow, okay, so this is the last level of the super world, or the last level of the 7th world. It's sort of I've described it several times as the first K. Rool fight, basically. I knew forever that I wanted to do the Koopalings and have them embedded into the platform like that, where they die in one hit. Other than that, I was testing around with a lot of stuff. You know, whether it's like Koopalings that are a little more mobile. Cases where you have to, like, do some jank like this to get through. Cases where you have to, like, hit an on-off. The end up icicle bullshit. This half ended up being not as elaborate as this first draft ended up, you know, being. And it kind of made more sense to make it simpler and to, like, you know, not have the mini-boss fights be that much. They're not really mini-bosses so much as they are just like, hey, you just hit them and pass on by. Meanwhile, the subworld with the Bowser fight. Oh my god, I basically just had the basics of how it would work. Originally, I wanted to, like, pre-damage Bowser too, which is funny in retrospect because that's not how it works in the final. So, the basic gimmick is here from the jump, where you're gonna go over and under Bowser repeatedly. And I knew that I had this setup where I could do a repeating checkpoint. So, like, if I died here, this Bowser that was prevented from spawning would spawn when you came from the checkpoint. And also, I tried to make it so that it would, like, damage itself. The damage ended up not being necessary. That ended up being, like, too much complexity. But other than that, the basic ideas are basically as they ended up being. And here's even a prototype of the sequence for, like, the final boss fight, which is like, okay, I guess the original idea is, like, get a big Bowser shell, a big Koopa shell, and then, like, get one other shell. It ended up being 2 Koopa shells, which I think is cleaner and better. Cleaner and better than the alternative, the original idea. Definitely an improvement there. I think that covers it. And there is... Let me show the final version, and I'll just be fast. Vines, dry bones, falling platforms rather than skull platforms, and some of the other things I tried ended up being the gimmick. And like I said, the guys are basically just there to be hit on. There to be killed, and that's it. Nothing more complex. Meanwhile, the final version of Bowser is basically what I prototyped, but, you know, more elaborate. And by the way, if you're wondering what this guy is, that guy's just there for the thumbnail. For the thumbnail on the level. Pretty much just left and right repeatedly, with a P block race for the last one. And finally, you just get the chance to... Oh, it's all big Koopas. All big Koopas. Right, I guess having... It's faster like that, and also you can throw the guy... You don't have to... It's faster and you don't have to worry about throwing the Koopas or, like, holding on to them. Smarter design, yeah. That's gonna do it. Ugh. So that's World 7. A very good world. There was no prototypes for the first level. I guess I deleted those a long time ago, perhaps. And I'll say, now that I've shown off all these, I think I will be deleting most of them relatively soon. You know, like, I kind of could use more level-making space. I only have so many slots, you know? And keeping around all these, like, older versions is interesting in retrospect, but, like, you know, that's why I'm showing them off here. I want to show them off so I can delete them, and we can, you know, just know, like, okay, they were shown once. They are recorded. People know them. I guess also when I was actually making them, I did show them off on a week-by-week basis. Still, we're accounting for everything, and once they're gone, we will still be able to look back and go, oh yeah, that was a thing. That was a cool idea. That wasn't quite there. Axel, are you gonna get one in? The queue is about to close. In fact, I do believe it is time for the queue to close. Let's go ahead and close the queue. There we go. That's last call done. We got 4 levels in the queue, ready to go. Let's do them, and then we will end. And Mario and Luigi fan has had all this time to confirm and has not. So we'll do the level sudden death style. Yes, good. Okay, beautiful, beautiful. Though I suppose it's possible someone might deploy one of those instant refreshes, of which there are a couple in chat. A bunch of people have sub status right now, following a bunch of gifts a couple weeks ago, I'll say. So, you know, anything could happen, I guess is what I'll say. Like I said earlier, you know, appreciate the hell out of those and all subscriptions at all times in any season. It is not something I'm terribly used to, getting a lot of those all at once. Let's play this level. This seems like a very nice traditional level, the kind of which we don't need 5 lives for. Fantastic. Well, no, this is gonna be cool. This is gonna be nothing. I don't know why being dropped into a castle made me nervous for a second, but there's plenty of nice levels in castles. Case in point, this one seems quite nice. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with it. Kind of looks like, kind of looks like this guy, you can't kill him with the on-off blocks. So all we need to do here is, like, wait right here for him to, like, swing into our butt. Rather straightforward boss fight. That's fine. Hey, I'm down for a rather straightforward boss fight now and again. I've been taking off, like, one ear of my headphones sometimes when I'm, like, deep into a stream. I don't know, it just helps to be more comfortable for a second. I don't know. I should keep them on the whole stream and not take them on and off. It does get a little bit hot in there, you know, in the ear cups. No, you understand, it's cool. Thank you for level, Mario and Luigi fan. Hope you enjoyed watching it in silence. You can always watch the VOD later, I suppose. Level completed. Countess Timpani is here. Was just saying something during the last calls. That was recent enough ago that I am fine counting it. Also, I bet Countess Timpani is just going to confirm anyway, no matter what I say. In any case, here's another card. What hell awaits us, behind this code? I don't know. Well, I don't know. You think this is rhythmic tapping again? You think this is something else? Oh, this is, I alluded to this in the starting soon text. Chopin. I've been sort of having this as a card option for a while. I have this pan that I've had for years, and I thought I'd show y'all what it looks like. Hang on. Make myself big. Here's my pan. It has been my pan for like well over 10 years now. The handle is a little bit loose, and the backside is entirely brown. You think I should get a new pan? Is this a problem? I don't know. Does like a really brown pan bottom affect the thermodynamics at all? Is this a bad thing to have in a pan? I'll say the front is perfectly clean. I clean it every time I eat in it. It's maybe a little greasy now, and you know, that's not a problem. But the back though, it's kind of a whole fucking mess, isn't it? I had this on the ground for the last couple hours, and I put a paper towel under it to be safe, because as I picked it up, I was like, ooh, it's a little bit grody. A little bit grody on the bottom here. Okay, let's just go ahead and grab it. Go ahead and you know, set something down below it. Okay. A lot of grody stuff here as well, in the transition between the bottom there and the sides. Should I get a new pan? Probably. I should probably get a new pan. That's something I should do. And if you're wondering, yes, the paper towel is rather grody right now. Ooh, you can see a little bit through the green screen when the if the pan reflects like the wrong thing. A little bit of like an A in there. A little bit of keyboard. Grody? Too grody? Get a new one just in case? I should probably get a new one just in case. Do y'all have newer pans? How old is your pan? My pan is pretty old, pretty grody, and you know, I'll say, like, I guess part of that is that I've never really been that religious about washing the underside of it, and my stove is also pretty grody as well. It always gets grody over time. I don't know. It just is what it is. It just happens. What am I to do? Let's punch in this level and do it. What's good for pans? I'll say that pan is a non-stick pan, so I always have to put in the stuff every time. You know, the olive oil. I have to spray that in. Or the Pam, you know, the Pam spray, whatever it is. Oh, it's this one again. Nice. Clear rate over 1%. That means we don't get any extra tries. Fantastic. Okay. This is not a fresh hell. This is a kind of a nice spring day. Okay, we screwed up a little bit. Let's see if that costs us. Well, that will cost us. And falling off the ledge and not jumping, that also cost us. Cost us dearly. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got 4 tries. Let's do it. This is the run. Oops. Well, hang on. I can do a cheese there. Multiple ways to, well, no, I'm fucked now, aren't I? Hang on, I got 1 second. Is that enough to get into the finish? No, it's not!
Oh no!
Okay, the timer is somewhat tight. Somewhat tight. You can't make, like, 5 mistakes. Or however many we made. Still, we're seeing new things. That much is, laudable. It's good. Here we go, here we go, here we go. This is it, this is it. Clean, clean, clean. That was clean. That's clean as it can go. We're doing this. We got it. What? Wait, what? Oh, we need to do like a short hop. We need to do a short hop so that we don't... We need to do a short hop because we can't... Huh, that changes things a lot, doesn't it? In the last couple of jumps. Wow, okay. That seems difficult. Let's see if we can do it this time. We got it. This is going good. I think we can do this.
Oh no!
I still think we can do this. Last try. Oh. Okay, okay, this is going about as well as it goes. Two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay, short jumps, short jumps. Ah, that was just a touch too slow. A touch too slow. We nearly had it. Dang. Dang. Does anyone want to refresh our tries? And give us, like, 7 more to go out on? We still have some people in chat who have their, incentives sitting on them. Remember, every subscriber can do that thing. I mean, I know that some of those subscribers have levels of their own. Are their levels that hard, though? That's the question that you should ask yourself. You know... Countess Timpani does not, yes. Who's up next? It's 06I. 06I. Go ahead and confirm. Meanwhile, I'll give y'all a second to, you know, grapple with our loss. 3.33%, a clean clear rate. Yeah, it's not that bad, which is why we don't get bonus heads. But, you know, maybe next week. Maybe next week. If you want to give it to me next week. Let's go ahead and dismiss the level. And get up 06 eyes. And yeah, I'll do next as well for, 06I. Current as well. I should say current. My thing says next, even though I don't use the next command anymore. Please confirm 06I, you know what to do. Yeah. Let me do the last card of the night. Looking forward to theme park stuff soon. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a bit. You know, starting to think, like, how that's gonna go. As far as, like, Epic Universe, you know, opening in the, Epic Universe opening in the, in like, May or so. I think I would like to do a late August trip out there and, you know, ride, ride the about to be closed forever Rip Ride Rocket one last time, as well as see the new park, which is going to be exciting and fun. And also, honestly, I wouldn't mind doing some other stuff in in the um the Orlando area. Like, my current thought is like, okay, well, you can get 3-day tickets, 2 in the other parks and 1 in Epic Universe. I wonder if I could do 2 and 2. I would do 2 and 2. I would do 2 and 1 and 2 in the 2 parks that exist and 2 in Epic Universe. That's how I would divide it, given the option. But I don't know if they're gonna sell that. I don't know how I'm gonna do like hotel wise. Probably stay at like the dockside or something. The one that's like a walk. That's like right next to the water park. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing some of the water parks, some Volcano Bay type shit. That sounds fun too. And yeah, that's sort of what I have in mind for like August. Also, maybe I could like, like I said, I got some family in the area, and maybe I could like do a day or so with them rather than at the theme park. Rather than at the hotel. Maybe they'd pick me up and we'll do dinner and do some Disney. I don't know if Disney is really worth seeing again. Like if there's like enough to go back to a couple years later. I mean, I don't think they've really built anything other than Tiana. Is Tiana really worth seeing? Sounds like the thought of history is no. Maybe I could go do SeaWorld again. Maybe could do something else. Fit something else in there. And maybe do some family time as well. Hang out with her and her sister. Also my cousin, who also lives in Orlando now. But those are just ideas. I don't have solids yet. Also, I'll say again, I'm looking forward to the kids version, which, well, it doesn't really speak to me specifically. I do like the fact that it's really close to me, like within a half hour of anywhere I would decide to live in the next several years. And also, I do have a nephew who is, an infant, so he'll enjoy it if no one else does. I'll also ride the Simpsons ride, which would be fun. The last time I was at Universal, I didn't ride the Simpsons ride, and maybe I should be, like, savoring that, considering that, like, yeah, pretty soon here, they're gonna have to get rid of the Simpsons. They only have, like, a license for the Simpsons for so long, and, like, Disney is not gonna renew it. There's no fucking way they would let them renew it. There's no goddamn conceivable way that would happen. So I should probably ride that pretty good ride, like a couple like I don't know. I mean, I'll say if I have 2 days at the 2 parks rather than like 1 day, which is what I gave the 2 parks the last time I was there. As part of like a 4-day trip where I did all the theme parks in the goddamn thing, while staying over at my cousin's. Oh, this is neat. The platforms are being like destroyed. But also he dies. He fell into the lava on his own accord. Kind of a liability for him, actually. And then I died myself. Well, I guess death comes for us all. Yeah, some cool ideas here. 06i, you're still welcome to say anything, confirm. And when you do, I will give you the regular amount of heads. Seems like it's timing based, not like number of hits based. You gotta get lucky. You gotta catch. Okay. So, fuck. What the hell? An explosion got me. Kind of precise, but doable. Hey, that was a good boss. Third one, we got a checkpoint. Refreshes our 2 tries. Theme park stuff is, you know, far enough away where I'm not really that worried about it. It's just, oh my god, that was godsend there. It's not really close enough where I need to be worried about it. It's just, you know, kind of getting excited. I guess I'll say I do also this year. I should look into, like, homes and home ownership, that sort of thing. And I definitely want to do that. It's just, you know, my lease is, like, far enough out where it's like, okay, well, I don't know if I really need to start looking now, but eventually, that should be, like, a whole endeavor. Cool. Second phase here with the multiple bosses here. Cool, great, good shit. This is some extremely inspired, inspired business here, 06i. I think we all are very impressed. Now, what's the deal here? Oh my god, Send that. Wow, okay, the timing here. It's difficult to find the window. It almost looks like I need to be hitting them when he's like, hello, Bukudo, what's up? Nothing much, we're just playing some of the last levels of the night. I'll say Bukudo. I do, like to reopen the queue for new viewers, so let me know if, you have a level for me. And, I could see about letting you in. Let me know, though. Let's just say the word, and, be ready to submit. And, you can be accommodated. Sick! Okay. Should I open the queue? Tell me, say an affirmative if, you want me to open the queue for you. But if you're just saying, okay, I understand, that's cool as well. You don't have to submit a level. People can watch without submitting. That's cool as well. And they can chat without submitting too. It's just that a lot of people do have something to submit. How you doing? Doing all right? Now you don't got any codes? Cool, great, okay. Hey, and we're on the last level of the night too. That was great. Killer is here in the Twitch chat. Is here confirmed, which means that gets the full assortment of lives and you know, whatever, given the number. Okie dokie. Yes. There is also, Killer does have a I think still a sub-incentive left, right? So you could absolutely refresh if we run low. Maybe. We'll see what happens. Up to you. Hey. If you want me to have an earlier stream end, that's cool too. It's also possible we'll just get through this clean, and we'll be too good to require any gimmick. Any, do this one. Any, like, extra lives gimmick. Tonight. If you don't know, this is the lightning round. During the lightning round, I only have a limited number of lives to beat the level. Refreshing at checkpoints. And, this is a super world, so I get bonus lives. Let me randomize the heads. Luigi! Let's have fun and good luck. Yes! Fuck! the tiniest bit of patience is all we need here. We just got through that last nightmare of boss rush full of challenging crap. I should not be dying to just, you know, pure impatience. This really isn't so bad. Really isn't so bad. So yeah, I'm going to, you know, I'll say again, this is a tricky thing to time. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'll say again, the next stream will be on Sunday, and that'll be the stream for, until next Friday. I'm gonna be trying to beat Simpsons Hit and Run in one go. I'm really excited to see how that goes. I'll say again, how long to beat has it at 10 hours to beat. I think I'll probably be done before then. I think it'll probably be more like a good 7-8 hours tops. I mean, I think I've played through a good portion of the game. Checkpoint refreshes my things. A good portion of the game. I lost it. Great, great, great. Checkpoint hype. Indeed, indeed. We lost no progress. That's good. I'm very curious how fast I can do it. If, like, this whole conceit was silly, or if, like, how long to beat has the right of it. And, you know, it's gonna be 10 hours and it's gonna be a close deal. You know, maybe 11 hours in we'll be, like, struggling on the last mission. Oh, that's the other thing. I can't skip missions. No mission skipping. Maybe, like, 10 hours in I'll be, like, struggling on the last and going, like, okay, I'm just gonna have to call an audible and, come back at another time. I'll also say that that stream is also technically the Twitch affiliate anniversary, which is a thing that Twitch puts onto your stream manager as like a, ooh, you wanna have viewers know that it's your stream anniversary or your stream affiliates anniversary, which is a thing, but I definitely feel like as time goes on and as YouTube becomes a bigger, like, part of my streaming business, or I say business, I'm using it not in the literal sense here, my streaming hobby, you know, my channel. As YouTube becomes a bigger part of the picture, it's more and more makes less sense to, like, really venerate, like, ooh, Twitch affiliate status. Like, no, no, no. The first thing that matters is the stream anniversary in November, when I started streaming. That's the anniversary I celebrate. This is just the latest excuse for a big stream in March. And it doesn't even have to be especially special, just like, let's try to beat a game that's 10 hours long in 10 hours. Pretty fucking straightforward, right? And we'll see Homer and Marge, and we'll get through clean. Like has been said, you know, many times this stream, repeatedly, Homer is unstoppable. Homer is undeniable. What the fuck was I saying earlier? That will probably be the title of the stream. Homer is undeniable. I said some stuff about Homer Simpson. We all love Homer Simpson. Look for him on Sunday. And, we'll just see how exactly unstoppable Homer Simpson is. Undeniable? Universal? Homer Simpson is a lot of things to a lot of people. He's a good man. It's kind of odd that the term for, like, being, like, you know, Flanderized is Flanderization, you know, named after Flanders, rather than it being named after Homer, who kind of gets the same situation. Though I'll say, like, I'm early enough right now where it's like, That's not really the thing. Fuck. Jesus. You know, I'm early enough rewatching The Simpsons where it's like, at this point, Homer isn't quite the, you know, the oaf with a heart of gold that he sort of becomes. And then he gets flanderized from there to like, oh, he's just Shrek, but, you know, dumber. I guess I say dumber. I really haven't seen any Shrek movie past Shrek 2, maybe. I don't remember Shrek 2. So, maybe Shrek does get flanderized, and I just don't know. I saw that poster or casting thing about Shrek 6 or whatever with Shrek's daughters. I didn't know Shrek had kids, honestly. Honestly, I didn't know Shrek had kids. It's a dumb way to lose. Whatever. Whatever. Push forward. We got this. Lose a mushroom. I didn't know Shrek had kids. Apparently he has a daughter, and that daughter is going to be a big part of the next movie. I mean, I guess I'll say it's cool that, like, time is moving in linear time in Shrek's universe. I like it when universes do that. You know, again, with The Simpsons, that's something The Simpsons famously doesn't do. That's something that's kind of distressing as you realize, like, oh, Homer Simpson is a millennial now. What? That just doesn't feel right. That just has a bad mouth taste, you know? Hey, a few more for the win? Excellent. I'll do this life, and then I will get you your lives refilled. Excellent. Excellent. Maybe I will have, this will be a waste, but, you know, god damn it. Okay, it wasn't wasted. Here, look, your lives are coming back. Wow. Woohoo, we got all 7 lives left, let's do it! My god, that, I need to focus. There are harder jumps than that, I think. Ones that I have blitzed and aced every time. I really wonder, I'll say, I do wonder, like, how exactly do you theme a Pokemon area? There's just so many areas in Pokemon. That jump, I've gotten through most every time, but I think that jump is legitimately harder than... I think that jump's the hardest jump, even though I've only died on it once. I wonder how you theme a Pokemon land that's gonna replace the Simpsons land. Like, what quick service restaurants does Pokemon have? Obviously, you get a Poke Center. You get a big, giant Poke Center. You get a Poke Shop as well? Of course, of course. You gotta have a Poke Shop. Do you have, like, a stadium? Or something, you know, from like, Sword and Shield or something? You definitely gotta have a gym. Now that I'm saying that, this just makes total sense. Like, yes, you gotta have a gym. And what is more gym-like than a stadium? Yes, Isaiah, it should have been. Let me check. Yeah, I didn't, like, accidentally dismiss you or something. I don't think. It didn't accidentally ban you or anything, so... I'm pretty sure we played your level. Sudden death style. Yeah, it's gotta be a gym. Pokemon Safari? Oh, that's a good bit. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Pokemon Snap for the ride. Pokemon Snap for the ride. Have it so that you can actually print the pictures that you take on the ride. That'd be like the best photo. That'd be the best, like, shooting gallery game that they, shooting gallery ride that they could ever put at a Universal Park. Hey, Turkatron. Let me get you. Let me get you. I'm gonna do a late open here. Here you go, Turkatron. Go ahead. Go ahead. Haven't seen you in a minute. You didn't have a level earlier, did you? if you did, honor system, you know, you should tell me. Damn it. You haven't been here all day? Fantastic. Then that is exactly... Go ahead, get it in. And get grades from your photos? Yes, yes, yes. All those shooting gallery rides all have, like, score systems and, like, oh, you know, compare your score to your other people. Your other, like, people in your party. They all have that gimmick, so... So, like, yeah, that is super amenable. Yikes. Like I said, that jump's the tough one. I don't know how you fit that in and also a stadium. Like a Pokemon gym. Is it mean to say, like, okay, hear me out here. This is a hear me out. This is a theme park, hear me out. Knock down Men in Black. Put Pokemon Snap where Men in Black is. And then have a, Pokemon Stadium ride. Pokemon Gym ride where the, Simpsons ride is. And have the land be a lot bigger than Simpsons was. That would be maybe for the best. I mean, the only other thing you could do is put a ride in between Simpsons and, put a land between Simpsons and, put a land between Simpsons and Harry Potter. But, I don't know. I think the move is to take Simpsons, turn it into Pokemon, make it bigger, and they'll probably also make they'll probably also use that extra space where Fear Factor is and use it for more Harry Potter. That's kind of been the rumor forever that they would do that. It's kind of a surprise that hasn't happened yet, and that they haven't knocked that down. Hey, Turkatron's in there. Let me go ahead and get that back closed. Perfect, perfect. We got one more level after this one then. Fantastic. God damn, that is a close shave right there. Okay, this is the last try where we need to be careful. This has been a jump that has killed us many times before. Alright, we've gotten to new territory. Yeah, no, that's gonna be it. Actually, I think I died on that, those two Potobos once before. That is, actually quite familiar. I didn't remember the other stuff with the guys going, like, above the platform and falling back down. That was, that felt new, but I don't think it was. We're all out of lives. Thank you for the level. Game over. Yeah, we got more there than we usually do on account of the instant refresh. I'm happy to see y'all employing that regularly. Let me go ahead and hit dismiss and bring up the next one. My Turkatron. Turkatron is here. Just submitted like a couple minutes ago. Excellent. 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 Let's go ahead and punch this in. Beautiful. I really have a lot of wonder, a lot of, like, speculation. You know, a lot of curiosity of, like, how you do all these lands. Where Simpsons will go, where Pokemon will go, what exactly represents each. You know, it's gotta be a gym, it's gotta be a, I say it's gotta be a gym. I guess that's like saying that Zelda has to have, like, 2 temples there. You gotta have a water temple ride. Which I think they will. I think there will be a water temple ride. 7. 67, not 64. got the Nintendo 64 on the mind, I guess. I picked the Super World because I like Super Worlds. Let's continue with the Super World. Oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna pick a different thing because I think I remember. Is the Super World what I think it is? The shoe stuff? Let's pick something else that's new. Let's do something new. Power-ups more like power-downs. Epic survival in the swamp. I'm in the mood for a swamp. We mentioned Shrek earlier. There was some Shrek news and all. So let's go with this as the finale. Let's go get in swamp. Let's go get in this swamp. Get in my swamp. Huzzah! As Shrek says. Is that how the latest films go? Does he ever go from get out of my swamp to get in my swamp? Come hang out in my swamp with me. Be my best swamp buddy. Fuck. I bet that happened. This is not where we want to be either. This is an unhappy swamp. I feel welcomed by Shrek, you know, into his swamp. I know he loves guests now. He loves people to live with him. That was not it. I just wish that there were fewer booby traps, I guess. Ah, it's fine, it's cool, whatever. Fish! Yay! I get the on-off, and now I got out of dodge, and what was the point of that? I need to, like, do a invisible ladder upwards. Yes! That looks like the thing. If you go through a door and it says no mushroom, we wouldn't bring through a mushroom again. Oh, no mushroom! I just saw a no. I didn't see mushroom. I'll keep that in mind next time. Oh, this is nothing. Okay, that's that try. What about a fire flower? No mushroom, no jumping either. We're on our last try. You really have to get a running start to get up there, huh? You can't just, like, slow roll it. Maybe we should have went for the invisible block and just went off that. Well, I'll be leaving the swamp now. Sorry, Shrek. I'll see you later. Yeah, I could have done that, but I didn't. Oh, well. Shrek's a good dude. He's a good dude. I'm hitting dismiss. We are now officially out of levels. And, let's go ahead and get that down and get that down as well because, folks, we are done. We've reached the end of the stream. Thank you for joining me, folks, and hanging out and giving me all those levels. A good amount of them. And, like, not that many after the lightning round, the few kills, such that we didn't end up going super, super late. I mean, it has been, like, what, 4 hours? Around 4 hours? It's been about a 4-hour stream. These viewer-level streams have been consistently about 4 hours, 4.5 or so, for the last, like, couple of weeks here. One of these times we'll have we'll have a shorter stream. Maybe one in which I'm not, like, randomly talking about The Simpsons for, like, an hour up top, and I say randomly. I've been rewatching it, and I'm going to do a stream that's Simpsons coded, Simpsons related, of Simpsons game on Sunday. Anywho, folks. So, next week is going to be a weird one. It's going to be a somewhat unusual week insofar as I will not be doing a stream all week until Friday, except for Sunday, in which I will be doing Simpsons Hit and Run. I think I can do Simpsons Hit and Run in one. It is also the Twitch affiliate anniversary, but that's not important. That's just mere coincidence. Just a mere thing I put into the Twitch backend to say, like, yeah, I'll do a big stream on March 2nd, okay? It's a big stream, but it's for my sake, not for yours, okay? So, you know, be normal about it, okay? They should really have just the option to put in, like, okay, a big stream to notify your viewers on. How about the streamiversary? Just like, not affiliate-versary, just first time streamed proper. I guess that's so ill-defined that could be easily abused. Whatever, man. I think you could set one and know it, and so long as you didn't change it all year and just had it be consistent, you know, be consistent. What the fuck? I don't know why Twitch does it that way. I mean, I guess the thing is, like, people have accounts forever. They maybe stream when they don't actually mean to become a streamer, like, randomly a couple times. You know, just, yo, I'll test the Xbox stream feature, that sort of thing. Technically, the first time I streamed was not the first time I streamed, because I did some other things, but I count it. I think Twitch should as well. Anywho, I'll be back on Sunday for Hit and Run, trying to beat it in one. How long to beat says 10 hours. Let's see if we can do it in, like, maybe 11 tops, but then I'll probably have to, like, you know, go to sleep because I got work in the morning. I will have work in the morning on Monday, you know? Then, there'll be nothing that week until the Friday viewer level stream, which you know what it is. It's like this. And then the week after that, there'll be another random rareware playthrough. That's right. This week we finished DKC 1, 2, and 3, but on GBA. And in a week further, there will be one of these other 5 lovely games, including the one mystery game. And, you know, tune in around 8 p.m. Central on Tuesday, 2 weeks from now, week and a half from now, if you want to see the moment. Otherwise, it'll probably be spoiled because, you know, you'll see what category I'm streaming in. I got updated thumbnails now for the YouTube, so once I know, I can put in the actual game into the thumbnail, so that'll be nice, that'll be good, and, we'll see what happens. How about? We'll see what happens. That's exciting, but that's still a ways off, and I have a nice week of taking a break until then. Until next time. Bye. That's right, Killer. Sunday will be the next stream, then Friday, then Tuesday. But not next Tuesday, the Tuesday after next. You get it. You understand. That's, you can read. Let me see who I can do a raid on. I think I can do this raid on Dan Reichert. Yes, I can. Perfect. I love Dan Reichert. He's my favorite streamer, and I like sending y'all to Dan Reichert's when I have enough viewers to do the raid. He has like a limit of like 5. I think you need like 5 to do the raid, which you know, not always have at the end after everyone's had their level played and, you know, maybe be bopping out, that sort of thing. I'm gonna pull up the thing on my phone so I can watch the raid go in, and then I'll see you later, folks. Whoa! That's, that ain't right. Turn the volume down there. You probably heard us think for a second. Okay, folks, that's gonna do it. Let me get ready to stop. Perfect, I'm ready to stop. Okay, folks. I will see y'all on Sunday, 2 days from now, to see if I can beat Simpsons Hit and Run in one go. That'll be, how long to beat says 10 hours. Let's find out on Sunday. After that, I'm going to take the rest of the week off up until the Friday stream, which will be viewer levels as per always. I will see y'all then on either of those 2 days, or maybe the Tuesday after all that, for the playthrough thing. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Also Friday. Bye, folks.